never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. At least one person is dead and several others injured after shots were fired near Union Station, where crowds had gathered to celebrate the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl win. 2 armed people were taken into custody. Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves says officers responded quickly.
This is not Kansas City. I'm angered by what happened, but I want you to know that the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and all the law enforcement officers that were there today, that were serving and protecting, did the best that they could, and I'm so proud of them that they ran into danger, getting 2 people into custody, and at the same time rendering life-sustaining aid to those victims.
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner of Ohio is calling on President Biden to declassify information relating to a specific foreign threat that Congress has recently been made aware of. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says he has a planned meeting with Congressman Turner and other congressional leaders later this week.
We scheduled a briefing for the 4 House members of the Gang of 8. That's been on the books. So I am a bit surprised that Congressman Turner came out publicly in advance of a meeting on the books.
The judge presiding over Donald Trump's Georgia election interference case will decide on Thursday whether to remove District Attorney Fani Willis. One of Trump's co-defendants argued that Willis should be disqualified because of her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. According to Georgia State Law professor Clark Cunningham, this issue could prolong the proceedings.
I think what we're looking at is a kind of a mini trial on the Fani Willis, Nathan Wade affair. And that mini trial is going to go on for a heck of a long time. It's not going to be resolved anything like February 15th.
Willis is accused of financially benefiting from hiring Wade for $650,000. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer. And again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
FBI Director Christopher Wray is spending some time in Israel meeting with his counterparts. This is Wray's first visit since the October 7th attacks by the Hamas terrorist group. Wray speaking about the war between Israel and Hamas, as well as threats the United States is facing in the region.
We've seen a really rogues gallery of foreign terrorist organizations both express support and praise for the Hamas attacks and threaten to attack U.S. interests at home and abroad.
Drivers for rideshare and delivery companies such as Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash are going on strike across the country, demanding better pay and fair treatment. Lyft CEO David Risher telling Fox Business his company has already been taking steps to become more transparent and meet the demands of these drivers.
The strikes, of course, have been planned for weeks, maybe months. But just last week, we put out a new release that guarantees that drivers will always make a minimum of 70% of what riders pay after fees.
The college football playoff will remain on ESPN for the foreseeable future. The CFP agreeing to a new rights deal with ESPN on Tuesday. The network will exclusively broadcast the new 12-team tournament until at least 2031. The new deal kicks in before the 2026 season and is worth $7.8 billion over 6 years. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Would you looky there? Away we go. It's showtime. Welcome back, welcome aboard. We'll roll into a brand new day, closing out Valentine's Day, closing out Ash Wednesday, closing out Hump Day, ready for a Thursday. We start looking toward the weekend. I can see it there. It's on the horizon. Technically, hey, it's Friday Eve. That's one way of looking at it. So, trust your week's going well. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Well, finally got some clear skies. There are stars. The moon has already set from my vantage point in the west. Yeah, there was a clear easy to define planet right there next to the moon tonight. I believe that was Jupiter. Can't say for certain, but it was bright. Good to have you on board. What's going on out there? As we kick off a brand new day. And we've been talking about a couple of storm systems. As we look at our travelers' weather around the country, the focal point for Thursday is going to be the northernmost reaches of the country. It's an Alberta clipper, doesn't have a whole lot of moisture to work with, so generally speaking, snow accumulations will be more of a nuisance, definitely enough to slow you down in some areas. Winter weather advisories for southern portions of Minnesota, a good portion of Wisconsin, and on over into the lower peninsula of Michigan. Also, we'll see some accumulation in eastern portions of the UP. And eventually, as we progress through the day ahead, some of that snow makes its way into the northeast, parts of maybe northern Pennsylvania. Real concerns are going to be upstate New York. Could see a little bit of lake-enhanced snow there up toward Watertown. So here we go with the change in the weather pattern. A storm that dumped a foot or more of snow in parts of the northeast Tuesday. That kind of kicked off the change in the weather pattern. Back to more typical for mid-February for the northeast and much of the Midwest. As I just mentioned, we've got an Alberta clipper bringing some small accumulations to some areas that were missed by the East Coast storm from Wednesday night through the upcoming day. Accumulating snow generally 1 to maybe as much as 6 inches, spreading eastward from South Dakota and northern Nebraska. That was this past afternoon. Now moving through parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin, northern Illinois Wednesday night. Chicago should be on the southern edge of that snow. Yeah, you may see a bit of a wintry mix there. Milwaukee and Madison, Wisconsin, maybe enough snow to make things slushy on the roadways. A coating, inch or two on some of the grassy areas. There's a bullseye of snow where the heavier accumulation, 6 to 12 inches. East central portions of South Dakota. It's a pretty quick moving system. Maybe 3 to 6 inches of snow in the offing for Minneapolis with this storm. There is that zone right there in the eastern, east central portions of Minnesota and west central Wisconsin, the bordering counties there. That's going to be the heavier accumulation. It's just a handful of counties, but yeah, heavy snow with 1 to 3 additional inches in the forecast, which big snowfall totals will be maybe they're in the 4 to 7 inch range. So definitely enough to have some travel difficulties there. Further east, similar conditions, likely north of Detroit for the upcoming day. Yeah, as the snow falls on much of central and northern Michigan, some roads could be slushy and slippery. Primarily north and west of the Detroit metro area, 3 to 6 inches in the forecast there. On over to the northeast, no accumulating in the forecast for the D.C. area to Philadelphia and New York City during Thursday night. But northern Pennsylvania, upstate New York, central and northern New England, may have some frequent snow showers, maybe 1 to 3 inches. Yeah, parts of upstate New York could see especially the higher elevation, 6 to 12 inches. But we look back for system number 2. Second storm will be following in fairly short order, 24 to 36 hours later, and it will take a further southerly path, bringing some accumulation over the plains, the Midwest, as well as the Mid-Atlantic. Snow from that second storm will be enough to slow travel in some of our major metro areas from St. Louis to Cincinnati and maybe even eventually over to Washington, D.C. It's likely that the snow from that second storm will be south of Chicago and Detroit, so you're kind of dodging bullet number 1 to the north and bullet number 2 to the south. It could swing northward enough at the last minute to maybe graze New York City. The air associated with that second system will be several degrees colder than the conditions we've dealt with much of this week. So again, we'll see a swath of snow further south. We'll break down system number 2 a bit more coming up here. I know a lot of folks are headed to the Sunshine State. I believe when we had our conversation with Eagle last evening, he was trying to get that load he was under delivered, and he was going to be headed to Daytona. Weather looks a bit iffy in the Sunshine State coming up this weekend, at least at this point. For residents and visitors hoping to catch the Rays in the Sunshine State. Maybe out of luck this weekend. A drenching storm is forecast to move across Florida. This wet weather has the potential to not only ruin outdoor plans, we could even see some flooding, though. Storm is expected to develop in the central Gulf of Mexico, and we're looking towards Saturday, which will bring an abundance of moisture across Florida as it moves eastward over the weekend. AccuWeather says clouds and wet weather will encompass the entirety of the Gulf Coast from Texas to Florida on Saturday, before the downpours focus primarily on Florida Saturday night through Sunday. And now the Florida Peninsula is where the heaviest rain is expected, a general 1 to 3 inches. Heavy rain reducing visibility, water ponding on the roadways. Now, the impact to outdoor plans will be pretty widespread, they're telling us. Now, obviously, NASCAR is gearing up for the Daytona 500, slated for 2:30 Eastern there on Sunday at Daytona International Speedway. Forecasters say fans need to prepare for rain, possible weather delays for all the festivities planned this weekend. If the storm moves a little faster than anticipated, rain could move out, leaving Sunday's race free of weather delays. Now, Daytona is outfitted with lights, so the event could turn into a night race if things dry out Sunday afternoon. If the race ends up being postponed till Monday, they do say a few lingering showers may still threaten things. Now, even if Monday turns out mainly dry, it still will be a breezy, cool day. Afternoon highs in the middle to upper 60s. Several degrees below the historical average there. In some locations, the rain can be more than just a disruption to travel and outdoor plans. Any areas impacted by slow-moving, repeated downpours could face some flooding concerns. The path of this weekend storm is expected to be unfavorable for the development of widespread severe thunderstorms. There's going to be cooler air encompassing much of the state. Temperatures in Florida running 10, 15 degrees below the average for this time of year, especially across central Florida. So, just be prepared for some rain delays. But, the good news there, unlike Talladega, Daytona, you can hold things off and get things going and maybe a transition from the daylight hours to racing under the lights at Daytona International. It's a couple days away, but we'll keep an eye on things. Obviously, let you know. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, everybody. Prayers for Kansas City. United States has gone downhill so much. Over 800 officers in the mix there, and this still happens. Stay protected out there. We've got the latest. They've identified the individual that lost their life there. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, it's the hotshot secret, hidden secret bunker. We're throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, turning on the stick shit eliminator power mic. Stay Bill your lane, because the overnight drive's about to be hammered down. If you're a dingbat and forgot the digits, it's 844-844-3388 to be part of the show. 34 degrees, Harrison, Ohio at this hour. Sit back, throw another log on the fire, heat up that cup of joe, or do like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Hello, Gerald. All right, he's giving a heads up here. Just before Little Rock, Arkansas, going westbound on Interstate 40, coming to a stop. We've got a fatality accident with a tractor trailer. Okay, let me see here. I had another update on I-40, which that was a mess earlier in the day. Let me see here. 2 were killed in a crash involving a police cruiser and a big rig on Wednesday morning. This was about 9:40. I-40 at the Jennett exit near mile marker 268, Crittenden County, Arkansas. The local Fox affiliate reported a semi-truck collided with an Arkansas Highway Police unit in the eastbound lanes of I-40. So this is a totally separate event. Gerald's going westbound on 40. What is it with I-40 right now? After striking the police cruiser, going back to the incident on Wednesday morning, the truck hit a guardrail, overturned, caught fire. All we knew at press time of this story was 2 had been confirmed dead there. Police officer hospitalized with injuries from the crash. Now, they were talking backups in excess of 4 miles there on I-40 this past morning. All I saw was it was well after the noon hour and things were still shut down. Not sure what time they got that open there, but all right, use caution out there. Thanks for the heads up, though, Gerald. Again, that's westbound I-40 coming to a stop just before Little Rock. Marianne is in the house. Hello, good to have you on board. Hello to the Dipsy driver and Lily from Darla and the Fur Babies. Hello to Buckeye Boy, Millie Gilligan, the Michigan Madman, all the listeners out there, says Marianne. Good morning, Steve. It's Jeff from a warm, sunny Florida. At least at the moment. As I mentioned, going to be maybe a soggy weekend in your neck of the woods there, Jeffrey. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 30 degrees, Fishkill, New York at this hour. It's round 3 to Schenectady. He's going to head over and tune in via the app this morning. Kevin, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Always good to hear Pappy's insights. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. Once again, the Big Tipper is loaded, headed to Wichita. 39 degrees, very windy tonight. But everybody have a good morning. Drive safely out there. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. It's clear, it's cool, 27 in Buchanan, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Good morning, Steve. Donut Man rolling south on I-71, Medina, Ohio. Back to the R&L terminal there in Wilmington. It's a chilly 23 degrees. Everybody be safe out there. Very good. Hope the new year's starting off well there. Donut Man, good to have you on board. Hello, Double R. Morning, Steve. Glad you're feeling better. We're headed back to Arizona for a Saturday morning delivery. Everybody be safe tonight. There you go. 5-7 copy in the mail. Norman, yeah, you're right. He said, haven't heard from Dipsy Driver. I haven't seen any posts or comments from Dipsy. It's been, I think, maybe one day last week. Hope he's okay. Buckeye Boy checks in Ackworth, Georgia, 42 degrees. It was a beautiful day after it warmed up into the 60s. Got all my loading and unloading complete. Now I got to get the truck ready for my trip to Scottsdale and Laguna Beach. That Target store that was severely damaged in Barbersville, West Virginia, very close to where my brother lives. Our thoughts are with the 22 people shot in the family of the one who lost their lives in Kansas City. There's people out there that are absolutely insane. We need to reinstate the death penalty for people who do things like this. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. It was the celebration, the Super Bowl parade, I believe was in the process of winding down. We'll give you the latest what we know at this point coming up. And, of course, as always, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Outside Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, everything I've been able to find at this point doesn't really break down what the hell was unfolding there at the kind of winding down the Super Bowl parade and the celebration this past day. Here's what we do know. Stacey Graves, the police chief of Kansas City's police department, said during a news conference 22 suffered gunshot wounds, 7 with life-threatening injuries, 1 deceased at this point. An investigation into the motive is underway. 3 individuals have been detained and are under investigation. Officers immediately rendered life-saving aid to victims, Graves said. And again, we know one of those was deceased. This was near a parking garage west of Union Station. Big crowd had gathered as players and the team were taking to the stage to celebrate with fans. Obviously, most of them all dressed in their Kansas City Chiefs red. Videos show Chiefs fans running from Union Station after the ceremony had ended. Kansas City police posted anyone nearby needs to leave the area as quickly and safely as possible to facilitate treatment of victims. Please avoid Union Station parking garage area to allow first responders through. Mayor Quentin Lucas, very upset over the shooting. Lucas said this is absolutely a tragedy, the likes that we never would have expected in Kansas City. And I did say the Chiefs players, coaches, staff all made it safely out of the area. Patrick Mahomes took to social media saying, praying for Kansas City. The mayor expressing anger on multiple occasions during the news conference. I'm angry at what happened today. The people who came to this celebration should expect a safe environment. Celebrating a 25-22 Super Bowl victory over the 49ers. Now, the team put out a statement expressing remorse over the events of the day. We are truly saddened by the senseless acts of violence that occurred outside Union Station at the conclusion of today's parade and rally. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and all of Kansas City. We are in close communication with the mayor's office as well as the police department at this time. We've confirmed all of our players, coaches, staff, and their families are safe and accounted for. Earlier, the mood, of course, was celebratory as the Chiefs were interacting with fans, celebrating with the Lombardi Trophy once again. Players were on double-decker buses, fans lining the streets, some climbing trees to get better views. How about this sea of red? Let's hear you, baby, said Kansas City coach Andy Reid, speaking to the big crowd at Union Station. I'm so proud of the team behind me through all the highs and lows. They kept persevering, and now we're holding this trophy. Mahomes told the crowd the Chiefs are intent on becoming the first team to win 3 straight Super Bowl titles. Let me hear you one more time. Man, what a year, says Mahomes. To battle through the adversity, continue to go for that championship. They all doubted us. I don't want to hear any different, but you know who came through, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs. All right. Obviously, a number of other players had chimed in talking about, it was a very celebratory mood. But all that joy just, boom, washed away with the fatality and double-digit numbers injured in gun violence. Drew Tranquil, the linebacker, says, please join me in prayer for all the victims in this heinous act. Pray that the doctors and the first responders will have steady hands and that all will experience full healing. It was actually a local Kansas City radio station, DJ. KKFI is the station that says one of their DJs, Lisa Lopez, was the one that perished in the shooting. It's an ongoing investigation, but Lopez, I believe, was in her 40s, a very, very young girl. Rushed to surgery from the scene of the shooting outside Union Stations, perished from her injuries. 8 others with life-threatening injuries.
USA News Update. The House Intelligence Committee has raised concerns about a significant national security risk reportedly linked to advancing Russian space technology. Ohio Republican Mike Turner said his committee has shared details about the threat with fellow members of Congress. He's urging President Biden to declassify the information to facilitate open discussions among Congress and allies regarding necessary response measures. Once again, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is back out of a hospital. The Pentagon says Austin is in good condition following his admission to Walter Reed National Military Hospital Sunday for a bladder issue. Austin has taken back his duties now from Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks. The Northeast cleaning up after a nor'easter hit the region with heavy snow on Tuesday. At least one person in Pennsylvania was killed when his snowmobile hit a downed wire. Travel was snarled along the 95 corridor. John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I got a number of industry headlines to update you on here this Thursday morning. Of course, the latest on our second storm in a week's time that's going to be traveling a bit further south than the system we're watching here into Thursday. Looks like as we head into the weekend, maybe for folks that were enjoying 60-degree temperatures this time a week ago, you may be getting your first accumulating snow that you've seen in a few weeks. Get that ground cover back. And of course, as we're hearing all the hype, the lights were flashing in D.C. What the hell's going on? Did Mike Turner maybe make too much or much ado about nothing? We don't really know. But what Mike Turner this past day kind of stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest. The United States faces a serious national security threat, according to Mike Turner, who is the House Intelligence Committee chairman, urging the president to declassify all information related to it. Now, he made that announcement this past day in a rather short, almost in a cryptic-like statement. He said, today, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence has made available to all members of Congress information concerning a serious national security threat. I am requesting President Biden declassify all information relating to this threat so that Congress, the administration, and our allies can openly discuss the actions necessary to respond to this threat. Now, that was the statement. Now, no other information was made available. Speculation, though, was just rampant on social media. One Democrat source familiar with the threat reportedly told NBC News that this is a serious issue that could lead to a destabilizing situation and a national security threat, describing it as a potential foreign threat. Others were downplaying the report. Let me take you to one piece of speculation. CNN was reporting that it was in regards to Russian military capabilities related to their efforts to deploy a nuclear anti-satellite system in space. According to, quote, multiple sources, the intelligence was briefed to Congress and key U.S. allies. Some lawmakers say it is serious enough that it should be declassified and made public. While the intelligence is concerning, multiple senior members of Congress briefed on the information yesterday emphasized it does not pose an immediate threat to the U.S. or its interest. The system remains under development and is not yet in orbit. That's according to 3 U.S. officials familiar with the intelligence. It's not clear how far the technology's progressed. A separate U.S. official said the threat does not involve a weapon that could be used to attack humans. Not clear whether the intelligence referred to a nuclear-powered anti-satellite capability or a nuclear-armed capability. Some members of Congress downplayed the immediacy of the threat. An anti-satellite weapon placed in orbit around Earth would pose a significant danger to U.S. nuclear command and control satellites, according to the director of Nuclear Information Project and the Federation of American Scientists. This country relies on such satellites, which he called essential to ensure constant, seamless control over our nuclear arsenal. Other countries have tested anti-satellite weapons, but this would be an escalation, he said. The U.S. has made clear they would react very forcefully to an attack on its nuclear command and control satellites. If it's orbital, it's a new level of threat. Whether it's nuclear or not, he added that even conventional weapons on an orbital anti-satellite system could pose a significant threat to the United States. ABC News first reported the intelligence related to a Russian space-based nuclear capability. Now, that was, again, the same day where Mike Turner kind of ignited that firestorm with that post that I just shared that he had posted earlier in the day. In a letter to lawmakers inviting them to view the intelligence in the committee's classified spaces, the SCIFs, he said it related to a destabilizing foreign military capability that should be known by all congressional policymakers. Immediately, lawmakers, they say, began tramping down to the basement of the House to learn what's he talking about. Some left underwhelmed. One Democrat member with deep national security experience said he had never before received that kind of urgent summons over a national security matter during their time in Congress. And the intelligence, he said, he saw wasn't really urgent enough to justify Turner's pulling the alarm, as he put it. Within hours, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, tried to kind of calm down all the scuttlebutt, telling reporters there's no cause for alarm, indicating he had known about the intelligence since last January. We just want to assure everybody, steady hands are on the wheel. We're working on it. There's no need for alarm, according to Johnson. Now, that's one report. Others speaking out this past day, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer, voicing some apprehensions regarding the government's approach to new potential national security issues, suggesting a link to Iran during an interview this past day. The reason they're being so dodgy about this is because I believe it's an Iranian terrorist threat. Why else would Jake Sullivan be trying to soft pedal this so readily? I think Iran's trying to make a move here in the United States. Now, they go then into Mike Turner, relaying to the congressional members information about an unspecified threat. Schaefer suggested a pattern of evasion. Anytime they don't want to talk about something, they try to make it about something else. He emphasized concerns about potential infiltration across our southern border, indications of groups affiliated with Iran showing interest in such activities. If you understand what he's saying, they come out, they don't want to talk about it. Rumors, reports about it has something to do with Russia. It may have nothing to do with Russia. See, they keep us in the dark. But Schaefer said there are indications. We've had a number of groups showing interest in getting their people, their operatives across the border. The border's open. It has been infiltrated over and over. So he went on to say, I think the senior people in Congress know it is a specific, credible threat related to a group that may be affiliated with Iran. I can't confirm this. I just know the patterns. And the pattern meets the way they play this game. I do believe the reason they're trying to downplay this is because they've decided they want to give Iran preference. Now, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan refrained from divulging any specifics regarding the threat. As I just mentioned, Mike Johnson urged restraint, assuring the public of ongoing efforts to address the situation. Steady hands are on the wheel. We're working on it. No need for alarm. Differing opinions. Is it Iran? Is it Russia? We're pretty much in the dark, but I don't know. How confident would you be when you hear the likes of the House Speaker saying, have no fears, steady hands are on the wheel, when we know what kind of leadership we have in this administration? Hello, Grump.
What's up, Steve? You know, I would have to say that it's probably intelligence on a terrorist threat other than Russia, because I just don't think everything that's going on with Russia right now, there's absolutely no way that they can handle an attack on any of the NATO countries or anything like that. You know, Ukraine might be losing this war in many respects, but they're also giving them all the fight that they can handle right now.
Yeah.
And I think this is more about Iran than anybody. And I think one of the things that they're dodging right now on this whole the Iranian thing is all the billions of dollars that Biden released. And they keep talking about how, you know, none of the money, you know, they went to where to go, Qatar, I believe is where it was, or United Emirates, somewhere over there. Anyway, they keep talking about how, you know, none of that money was going for anything, you know. Well, money's fungible. I mean, that's a fact. Money could, you know, I could take $1,000 and you could, you know, say it's not going to be for, to loan to Steve Summers, but you know, somebody could give me $1,000, you know, and say, here, this has got to be humanitarian. All right, that's fine. I'm going to take that humanitarian money, stick it in my left pocket. Now, in my right pocket, I'm going to pull out and give that money that I just got to Steve Summers if he needed it. But you know what I'm saying? It's a joke. Number one, how the Biden administration has went out of their way to protect the Iranian and everything that's happened with them over the years. You know, Iran, look, maybe I don't know. I think more and more they're trying to keep it to the point where Netanyahu is not going to respond to Iran, which is going to happen. You know, if the Hamas doesn't knock it off and you know, and everything that's going on right now in Israel and in Gaza Strip and things. You know, they're in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. They've already cleared all the provinces and the cities in the north part of it. And Iran is they've been rattling the saber right and left, you know, and everything. So, and some of the attacks that's happened in the, you know, in the Gulf and everything, you know, by coming out of Sudan and different places. You know, they got deep pockets, man. You know, the Iranians do, you know, and this oil has really helped them tremendously. You know, that was one damn thing that I think people need to understand is that when Trump was president, that was the idea behind the oil that he had, and us becoming a net exporter of oil, was to collapse the market, which it did. You remember that out in the Gulf, there were ships out there trying to give oil away, just to get their ships cleaned out. And that was hurting Russia. Anytime oil prices drops the way it did so rapidly, places like Iran and Russia that depend on oil money to support their countries and their militaries and things like that, they start suffering, really bad. So Biden has done absolutely nothing to help this country with the oil prices or anything else. Yeah, he's released a lot of oil, but so much of it's been out of the reserves that it'll take 10 years to fill that damn thing back up if we can get a good price on it. And the only way that's going to happen is if you get another Donald Trump in there that's going to concentrate on America first and getting the oil back. But look, it's I could understand where that they would want to keep this on the down low right now, especially in an election year. And I think the Republicans, if they know something about it, they should be making some hay out of it. But, hell, yourself, Steve, there's not a dime's worth of difference between Republicans and Democrats anymore. We got Mitch McConnell sitting there. He's about as goofy as Biden is. And, him and Chuck Schumer's been, buds for a long time. They may argue on the Senate floor about little things, but hell, when the lights go out and everything else, they're shaking hands, slapping each other on the back, and looking forward to their next election. Because they know name recognition carries a lot, and it's they're in uncontested areas where they're just going to get reelected. And there's so many politicians that are like that. That's what's wrong with this damn country right now, is we have so many politicians that gave up giving a damn about the American people, and all they care about now is their pocketbook, their legacies, and their next election. And they can't have the former without the latter. But it's we're looking at this Kansas City thing too here. The mayor over there, what the hell's his name, is Lucas. He was giving a little speech there. Talking. He's a well-versed guy. I mean, he's got a good speaking ability. He captivates his audiences, and I've listened to him a couple different times on speeches. But I was sitting there, talking to my wife, and I said, you just watch. He's going to mention something about guns. I guarantee it. And that's exactly what the man did. He went right to, there's guns, just too many guns. Not that there's too many criminals, not that there's too many people in this country that is just wackadoos that don't need a damn gun, number one. But he's another liberal, another Democrat that puts everything on the backs of guns. It's always the gun that's the problem. It's not the person pulling the trigger. There's always some extenuating circumstance in that person's life on why he had to justify why he did it. But if he hadn't had that damn gun, it would have never happened. It's near a parking garage right there. Hell, he could have run over 1,000 people. That place was packed. I've been to Union Station a number of times to see a lot of different exhibits and things that goes in there, and it's just a labyrinth of ways to get carjacked or something in that area. It's just the way it is. So I don't know, man. I'll tell you, 22 people shot, 1 dead. It's a damn shame. It really is that you can't even enjoy a celebration. But I'm kind of anxious to see who the 3 are. I think they've pretty much determined that they do have one shooter that they do know of. But we'll see who it is and what the basis was behind it.
The question is, was it a fight sort of thing where random gunfire just impacts innocent people, or just caught in the crossfire, or were they intentionally looking to shoot people at the party? That's the question.
Well, Kansas City has a heavy gang influence anymore. I mean, it's been it's been increasing over the years, and they have more gang squads and everything in the police department now that's there on sort of like the crash units and things. But plus they've taken in a lot of illegals also, which why I don't know. I mean, hell, Kansas City's about broke anyway, and drive on the roads over there, and hell, they're just about as bad as Indiana. But it's we'll find out. I mean, it's gonna be a house and stuff, and of course, there'll be somebody if it's gang violence, or if it deals with illegals, or if it deals with people of color or anything like that, it'll be downplayed. I guarantee you it won't be anything. Somehow it'll be some MAGA supporter, influenced this or some crap, by the news people.
Yeah.
But I've been listening. You listen to so many of these idiots in the news right now, and I kind of flipped it around over this whole Biden's nuts thing. He's mentally, incompetent, and listening to them. The same damn people that are talking about, have you looked at the stock market lately? It's just booming. Oh, that's under Joe Biden's economy. Well, hell, it was booming under Donald Trump. And the same damn people were sitting there going, well, that's not an indicator of the economy. No, but 1% inflation was, how good the economy was. Yeah. Low gas prices was another indicator on how well the economy was booming. And all that went to hell in a handbasket as soon as this wrinkled up old coot got in there. And I don't know. I think every president, it should become law that I don't care from the youngest to the oldest should have to take a competency test. I mean, when you're looking at this and you got these guys right here that can start wars, or they can do grave damage to the United States and the people, here, just on some of the ideology that they have. Yeah, hell yeah, they need to have a competency test. I want the best and the brightest in there. I don't want somebody, but just because they recognize his name over the last 50 years who hadn't really done a damn thing, except pass crime bills that did nothing but lock up a bunch of African Americans and people of color. If people would look at some of that, we could date back all the way into the 40s, Steve, before the New Deal, and look at all the Democrats that had, they were against just about everything. I mean, they were against immigration. They were against anything that had to do with equal rights. They were against unions. I was reading. I've been doing a little reading on some of the stuff that was prior to the post-war and everything. And Democrats were horrible damn people. I mean, they can sit on their high and mighty now and try to convince people that, no, we're all that in a bag of chips. We're for you. We're for the working man. Bull. They hated every damn thing. They wanted everything government ran. They created these conglomerates. They hated the small business farmer, that kind of thing. And it's just been a nightmare since day one. And in order to get people back on track, of course they're going to go with this farm subsidies and things like that. So that's where they're at right now, and stuff. And I don't know, man. I tell you, it's you look at this and you say, yeah, we are right for a third party. Somebody that's not affiliated with either one of these groups, because like I said, there's not a dime's worth of difference between all of them. They're shooting for the longevity. They're shooting for this legacy thing. And you got the warmongers and the demagogues and all this other, and of course Nikki Haley falls right in there. You don't hear her mention a damn word about stopping wars or anything else or shoring up Social Security. No, she wants to extend every dollar we can to our to countries that's needing our help, financially and increase their war making capabilities. She don't say anything about Social Security except let's increase the age to 70 to 72, in that area. And this is the best that we got to vote for. I mean, look at the damn, it ain't no wonder Trump's, winning the way he is right now. If there's ever a shining example of what's wrong with politics or what's wrong with the justice system or what's wrong with people in general that just look at people like Joe Biden like he's the savior for this country. Hell, and can't tell you one thing that old coot has done. Not one. But no, he's got that D next to his name, so he's got to be for the people. Jesus, people, come on. I wish somebody would pick up a book once in a while, or somebody would just do a little research before they head into the voting booth and see exactly what the hell they're up against, But they're not going to. I mean, the only thing that I see that Trump did wrong, he had a big mouth. He liked to boast. He liked to bolster as much as possible, and he's a little bit on the narcissistic side. But the man did damn near everything he said he was going to do. Move the embassy to Jerusalem. He said that. I mean, just he was going to bring down oil prices, gas prices, open up drilling. He did that, and it dropped like a rock. And it just, Democrats and Republicans alike. Damn, that was a hell of a bump. Democrats.
Well, right there with the bump, I got a bump to a pause here as we close out hour number 1. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. At least one person is dead and several others are injured after a shooting at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade on Wednesday. Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves saying at least 10 to 15 people were hurt in the incident. Graves adding that 2 people have been arrested. Fan Cade Collins was there when the violence erupted.
Then once the crowd dispersed away, we saw multiple bodies laying there with gunshot wounds.
President Biden has called on House Republicans to bring a $95 billion foreign aid package to a vote. The bill was passed by the Senate on Sunday and would provide funding to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. But GOP members have cast doubt on the prospect of getting it to the president's desk. House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke about the bill on Wednesday.
Senator McConnell and I have spoken about this in frank sessions, and let me be clear here again this morning. The Republican-led House will not be jammed or forced into passing a foreign aid bill that was opposed by most Republican senators and does nothing to secure our own border. It's time for Washington to start showing some love to Americans. On Valentine's Day, this is a good day to point this out. We need to listen to the American people and their needs and take action. And that's why House leadership will continue to govern with Americans' interests at heart.
Flight attendants are asking their employers for more money and better working conditions. Ryan Daniels has the story.
The unions representing flight attendants for several major airlines organized a day of action at more than 24 U.S. airports on Tuesday. Dozens of flight attendants held signs and chanted slogans outside Dulles and Reagan National Airports in D.C., saying they're overworked and have not been offered a pay raise that keeps pace with the cost of living. United, Southwest, and Alaska Airlines released statements saying they are either in contract talks or about to start negotiations with their unions.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
FBI Director Christopher Wray is spending some time in Israel meeting with his counterparts. This is Wray's first visit since the October 7th attacks by the Hamas terrorist group. Wray speaking about the war between Israel and Hamas, as well as threats the United States is facing in the region.
We've seen a really rogues gallery of foreign terrorist organizations both express support and praise for the Hamas attacks and threaten to attack U.S. interests at home and abroad.
Drivers for rideshare and delivery companies such as Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash are going on strike across the country, demanding better pay and fair treatment. Lyft CEO David Risher telling Fox Business his company has already been taking steps to become more transparent and meet the demands of these drivers.
The strikes, of course, have been planned for weeks, maybe months. But just last week, we put out a new release that guarantees that drivers will always make a minimum of 70% of what riders pay after fees.
The college football playoff will remain on ESPN for the foreseeable future. The CFP agreeing to a new rights deal with ESPN on Tuesday. The network will exclusively broadcast the new 12-team tournament until at least 2031. The new deal kicks in before the 2026 season and is worth $7.8 billion over 6 years. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back as we close out a Wednesday, closing out Valentine's Day. Here comes a Thursday. So we start looking toward the weekend, and we'll start looking toward our second of two storms this week, which this one will travel further south than the first. Could bring some snow, slippery travel from the Central Plains starting later today, all the way to the mid-Atlantic coast by Saturday morning. Obviously, the first storm traveled along the northern tier of the Midwest and the Northeast. So Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Toronto, Syracuse, New York today. But that kind of lays the groundwork for the second clipper by bringing some colder air further to the south into the plains and the Ohio Valley. That's gonna be the key for snow to fall rather than rain or a mix for the Ohio Valley and later parts of the Mid-Atlantic. System 2 will roll from the Rockies to western parts of South Dakota and Nebraska later Thursday afternoon before reorganizing further south over the Central Plains and the Middle Mississippi Valley Thursday night into Friday morning. Now, as all clippers do, it'll be a quick mover. Much of its limited moisture tapped from the Pacific. Clippers are typically quick hitters. Don't produce prolific snowfall, but can obviously still cause some travel disruptions. Exactly how far north or south the reorganization occurs will determine the storm track as 1 to 3 inches generally, with some locally higher amounts advances across the Ohio Valley, Central Appalachians, and the Mid-Atlantic. Anywhere from Omaha, Nebraska to St. Louis may be impacted on Friday. Then travel may be impacted in the Ohio Valley to the Mid-Atlantic Friday evening to Saturday morning. Slippery conditions from snow, Cincinnati to Pittsburgh Friday night. As the storm rolls across the higher terrain of the Appalachians in West Virginia, Western Virginia, and Western Maryland, could be looking more along the lines of 3 to 6 inches there. There's some potential this storm could strengthen upon nearing the Mid-Atlantic coast Friday night into Saturday morning. If that occurs, it could turn slightly to the north rather than continuing on to the east, tracking out to sea. So we'll be watching D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, Dover, Delaware, Atlantic City, where the path where 1 to 3 inches of snow is likely. Travelers weather. Get back and we'll finish up with the grump here, but we talked, kind of speculating right now, what exactly unfolded, what was it possibly gang-related there in Kansas City, winding down the Super Bowl parade this past day. We just don't know at this point in time, but more and more gang activity is coming into this country, and just this past day, the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation agents fear there may be an alliance brewing between El Salvador's MS-13 gang and Venezuela's Tren de Aragua that would see New Yorkers terrorized by crime sprees fueled by the porous southern border. According to one agent who spoke to the New York Post, members of Tren de Aragua, I don't know how to pronounce it, Tren de Aragua, have exploited Biden's policies at the U.S.-Mexico border to help release thousands of illegals into American cities every day. As a result, the Venezuelan street gang has massively grown its ranks across the sanctuary city of New York City, particularly in the Bronx. Venezuelan president tells Breitbart News last year allowed top leaders of that gang to live in a VIP-style prison and even escape in many cases, emptying out the prisons. Remember those discussions? Among those prison escape instances, Hector Guerrera, the leader of the Tren de Aragua, whom law enforcement officials have warned may now live in the United States after illegally crossing the southern border. The FBI's worried the growing membership in New York City's 5 boroughs, the gang may ally with the MS-13 gang of El Salvador to carry violent attacks, robbery sprees, and other illegal activities. Recently, Franco Alexander Perez Navas, a 30-year-old illegal alien from Venezuela, was arrested by the New York City Police Department. According to police, Navas is the ringleader of a local gang that's responsible for multiple robberies, shoplifting incidents, and a scheme that sees illegal aliens grabbing cell phones off New Yorkers to hack their bank accounts. A recent incident included a 62-year-old female New Yorker being brutally dragged down a Brooklyn street by two Venezuelan illegal aliens in an attempt to snatch her phone. Navas reportedly told the NYPD that in a million years, I never thought you'd catch me. I've been going to Miami every 3 weeks, and it's much bigger than me, suggesting that the robbery gang made up of Venezuelan illegal aliens is operating across numerous states. Last week, 7 illegals from Venezuela were arrested in New York City for the cell phone robbery scheme. Likewise, a 15-year-old illegal alien from Venezuela was arrested this week by the NYPD after shoplifting in Times Square and shooting a female tourist. These recent arrests as NYPD officials continue to track down more Venezuelan illegal aliens who were reportedly involved in the attack on officers there in Manhattan that was caught on camera and, of course, garnered the national attention. Yeah, the individuals that district attorney there let out of jail. Yeah, get out of jail free card on a personal recognizance. Just show up in court, right? And, of course, then they got caught in Phoenix, Arizona, trying to get the hell out of town.
The world we live in right now, because of one goofy old man that don't know his head from his butt, and one vice president, so I guess you could call her that, I don't know, that really could give a damn less. You know, it's crazy, Steve, that people just can't even live in your own damn towns anymore without fear of somebody trying to rob you or do something. You know, I mean, it's just a damn shame that what this country is turned to, and this idiot's let in. They're saying, you know, at the end of his term will be right around 12 million, anywhere from 12 to 14 million, if you want to count all the gotaways. These people they're not coming up here looking for a damn job or a better way of life unless robbing people is a better way of life. You know, they've already taken everything everywhere else. And these idiots from MS-13 and these Venezuelan gangs are nothing but pure damn evil. I mean, they don't care one damn iota whether they live or die. So if I was the chief of police in New York City, I'd be partnering up with a coroner and saying, you're going to get a bunch of damn business here real soon. Because that's about the only message that you're going to be able to send to these people is quit arresting them and start killing them. You know, whenever they pull a damn gun, don't ask them to drop it down. Just riddle their damn butts with a bunch of holes and be done with it. I mean, that's the world that you know, it's not the cops that are wanting to do this. It's the damn government that has pushed us into this direction. And that's one of the things that just pissed so many Democrats and Republicans off about Trump. You know, when he's, you know, comes waltzing into town, you know, with this and calling out everybody, you know, you're part of the swamp, you know, you're part of the, you know, the elitist groups and all this other crap. You know, he had no problem calling them out. Not one damn bit, and it just turned their stomach. And each group, you know, each one of them would fight tooth and nail to hold on to what they had. And this whole allowing all these damn illegals in this country, if that doesn't qualify for high crimes and misdemeanors, I don't know what the hell does. Joe Biden has completely ignored the oath of office that he took to uphold and defend the Constitution. And where in the hell? Well, it wouldn't do any good as long as the Senate's so divided. I don't think you'd find anybody, even if Mitch McConnell was part of the Senate, I don't think he'd bring it up for a damn vote on you know, whether or not to impeach Joe Biden. I mean, he just, of course, he's just an old man. He don't really, know what the hell he's doing. Wasn't that what the report said? But yet he's leading this country. It's just amazing the hell out of me how this many people, Steve, has waltzed across this border with impunity. And how many billions of dollars, it's going to cost upwards to $500 billion by the time it's over on what they're giving these people. Helping them out with their rent, helping them pay their bills, helping them, with their EBT cards and all the rest of it, feed and clothe them. The school systems are overwhelmed right now with these illegal alien kids that can't speak a damn word of English. So all the other kids have to suffer just a little bit because the teachers have to do these special interest groups, and they have to listen to all this crap and try to teach these illegal kids how to learn, basically. And it just, I tell you, man, it just, this clown in office right now, I've never seen anything like it in my life. I haven't. And I would imagine before it's over, and like we was talking about in Kansas City, it's not going to be anything. It was just a wild-ass damn party. A bunch of people showed up there, and a couple of rivals got to shooting at each other. I would imagine before it's over, that's probably what they're going to be saying. And it just, the 22 that got shot was just collateral damage from a bunch of idiots that should be in the morgue right now. So I don't know, man. I tell you, I'm just sick of it. I go to Washington, right outside of Washington, D.C., right there on the southeast side of it. And they don't even want us parking on the street out there anymore because, a couple of cops out there were saying, hell, you get robbed out here. I said, yeah. I said, I'm 63 years old. I ain't giving up a damn thing, except maybe some lead. That's a damn fact right there. I don't go anywhere without my gun with me. And I didn't create this environment. They did. Government did. And I'm sick and damn tired of it. And before I give hand over my wallet to some thug, they better find out, number one, are you a cancer patient? Yes, I am. So I really don't give a damn, one way or the other. I mean, this is the only thing that's going to put an end to stuff like that is people that just says, I'm not giving up a damn thing. I'm just going to, you try to stake for me, and by God, you might as well just go ahead and sign, tell your mom or whoever to lay out your good suit and get a hold of 6 of your damn friends for pallbearers, because that's what's going to happen. It's just this country needs to be taken back by the people who still have some respect for the flag, the Pledge of Allegiance, and still believes that police officers and our first responders are the ones that make everything happen. And we got Democrats and people like that. No, hell no. They'd rather show their respect to transgenders. These people that's got a screw loose. Anybody that walks up to me and says, hey, I'm a guy. I want to be a girl, and I'm gonna say you're a nut. You just put it out there. What kind of mental damn lapse do you have, idiot? I mean, it's just they won't call a spade anymore, and I'm about sick of it. But anyway. So you geared up for the truck show?
Ready or not, it's almost here, right? I know that Mindy's been lining up interviews. She said the slots are almost full, so we shouldn't have concerns about having to send the grump and the monkey gouger out scouring up trying to drum up business.
Yeah. I don't know if Kevin's going to be there or not. I didn't hear from him. He'd sent me a message, let's see, right before Christmas there, and said he wanted to talk to me about something. And then I said, all right, hell, I'm available. You got my phone number, but I don't know what it was, but I don't know if you've heard anything from him or Mindy or anybody.
I know
he's going to be there or not.
He is on the list. He's on the list to be interviewed to talk about the Stay-Built products. I guess it looks like Kyle's going to be kind of taking the role of talking about hotshot secret products. I don't think Chris Gabrelchik's going to be there that I'm aware of. So.
Oh, really? No Chris. Damn. Well, maybe we'll all get together and hit the dinner scene again or something, get out and have a few wobbly pops and, do some back slapping, that kind of thing. I got to have eye surgery right after that. I got another one of those aggressive cataracts that started on my eye, and it just, within a 4-month period, it goes from really just a, semi-clear lens to where I can't hardly see out of my eye. And so I got to have it taken off. But and other than that, I got that damn surgery coming up in July too on my kidney, so we'll see what happens. But other than that, I'm looking forward to it. We'll get out and stir up some kind of trouble. We'll take we'll keep Jimmy on a short leash, where he can get out and cause no issues. You know how he gets when
right.
he gets out there. So.
Yeah.
But looking forward to it, buddy. So, hey, is Rowan and Beth gonna be around, or are they?
I don't think they've even talked about it at this point. I'm not sure if you have. A lot of times, Stephen and Lauren will come down with the the 2 grandkids, and I'm not sure if Beth's going to be coming down this year or not.
Yeah, I seen Stephen there last time, and Beth, let's see. Well, Beth was there, of course,
with Rowan,
and guitar. But he, So, how's he doing, man? He looks like he's growing like a damn weed every time Beth posts a picture of him. He's like bigger. So I don't know. I got some stuff for him if he shows up. I got some guitar stuff for him. So
cool.
If he wants to be staying with it. So I'm trying to cull the herd, man. I'm trying to clean out some guitar stuff. My wife's about to kill me. I got we probably got 16, 17, 18 guitars or something like that laying around the house. I got a bunch of them I'm building right now, and some of them, but I'm working on and kind of switching over to mandolins too. So it's been she's ready to divorce me. And
enough is enough, right?
Yeah, that's right, buddy. All right, man. Well, have a good night, and I'll listen to you.
Hey, thanks for checking in. Have a great morning. 23 past the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Andy. Andy just typed in Hot Shot Secret. I'm assuming he's trying to enter our Big Rig Duo giveaway. First winner comes up. Hey, this is Thursday. We'll have our first winner coming up tomorrow morning if you have not yet. This is a Facebook contest on your Facebook page. If you just go to search Facebook, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. That's the official page. And just comment there. You'll see obviously you can watch the live program there, but if you scroll on down to the contest, you'll see it listed there. You could win a Big Rig Duo pack. That's what, Andy, scroll down to that, and all you do is, when you get there, type in the comment, Hot Shot Secret, and you're entered, all right? So, I know it's been shared a number of times, and I think Mindy said she's able to go through all those who have shared it and typed in Hot Shot Secret. So, yeah, share, spread the word, but yeah, the Big Rig Duo, it's like a $200 value, folks. We're talking 2 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. I've got one of each, one on the counter, but the Duo is actually 2 of each. Yeah, 2 of the Hot Shot Secret 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme, $200 value. And thank you for listening in. What else in the mix? Let me flip back over there. I just wanted to share that because I saw, again, Andy typed in Hot Shot Secret. Hello to Scott. Let's see. I hope you all have a great day. Cliff is on board. Miss Millie, how we doing? Good morning, Steve. All the listeners, I'm glad I woke up in time to hear the grump this morning. He is so right on all those issues. I love my bluegrass state, but it certainly needs a change in leadership. McConnell needs to go, and so does the little dictator governor want to be president. Don't be surprised if the Democrats don't throw Michelle Obama at the last minute in there to run in place of Joe. Anyway, everybody take care, get home safely, and as always, be blessed. Thank you so much, Marianne. Got an email from Seth there. I honestly know. He sends me an email. He said, I missed the first part of the show. Did you mention this? What was it? Is it related to the security warning thing this past day? There are also videos if you scroll down. All right, I'm not seeing any links to videos. I mean, I'm seeing a still photo there from a gentleman it says, I'm at an observatory in North Carolina, and we just saw something extraordinary in the sky. It looked like an explosion in space. Also saw multiple fast-moving objects through the telescope. I don't know. I don't know if you have anything more there, Seth. If you got links to video or whatnot, yeah, please send that my way. Interesting times we live in, all right? Meanwhile, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up. Like I said, lots to cover. We got to jump around. It is 844-844-3388. Shortly after I shared my email from Shelley Johnson this past last night's show, obviously she was tuned in during that first hour. She sent me a quick follow-up, a thank you for sharing that. And I thought maybe it may be worth sharing once again because not everybody's listening at the same time. More to come after this. First, a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The House Intelligence Committee has raised concerns about a significant national security risk reportedly linked to advancing Russian space technology. Ohio Republican Mike Turner said his committee has shared details about the threat with fellow members of Congress. He's urging President Biden to declassify the information to facilitate open discussions among Congress and allies regarding necessary response measures. Once again, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is back out of a hospital. The Pentagon says Austin is in good condition following his admission to Walter Reed National Military Hospital Sunday for a bladder issue. Austin has taken back his duties now from Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks. The Northeast cleaning up after a nor'easter hit the region with heavy snow on Tuesday. At least one person in Pennsylvania was killed when his snowmobile hit a downed wire. Travel was snarled along the 95 corridor. John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, there we go. Back at it. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, Seth, I got your video. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. It almost looks like satellites passing through the screen, but in the middle, some sort of if this is, I guess this is just, was this just posted like this past evening? It looks like 8:20 p.m. on, formerly Twitter. It's posted on X. There's several people, so probably hasn't had an opportunity to hit the mainstream media yet. I have no idea what that is. I'll try to share it. In the meantime, Sundance Kid is on board. What's happening out there, Sundance?
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Summers?
Do you have a good?
You there?
Do you have a good Valentine's Day?
We said I love you and all that.
Well, my wife was sick. What my wife wanted for Valentine's Day. Now, this past week, she said, "I want you to go to Walgreens and get me more Mucinex, and I want something for breakfast." Okay, so she's still sick,
I hear you.
Yeah.
Man, how long has Grump had that handle?
Well, as long as I've known him, he's got he's got a reputation to keep.
I hear you. Well, it sounds like he's keeping it up, and it wasn't Joe Biden's fault then. Because Biden's only been president for 3 years almost.
He's been
3 years already.
He was a Grump a long time before that.
Yeah. So, okay, so it's not Biden's fault. Okay, cool. And, you know, when people call in and say stuff like he said about, you know, Biden caused this problem with the gas prices, can you please enlighten him that we pumped more last year than we ever have in the history of this country? Just, you know, we already cleared that up like 2 months ago.
I've shared that a few times. We are producing record amounts of oil in this country. I don't know, but you look at the...
Okay, all right, so it's all about...
We talked about, you look at the bigger picture, though. Would our relations...
What's the bigger picture?
Our relations internationally, our relationship with Saudi Arabia, our relationship with the likes of Russia... If we didn't have the deteriorated international relations, we saw good relations. We had the Abraham Accords under Trump. Things were getting better. Our relationship in the Middle East, that all changed with Joe, and that's why they are trying to control the prices to hurt us.
Right, but if we got our own oil, then why don't we set our own prices? How about that? Why do we got to do the whole, let them, if they want to cut production, I don't care. I know it's a worldwide commodity,
that's
but we got to get away from this. This is like a terrorist tool right here.
Yep.
And see, here's the thing. Corporate America here doesn't have to pay for the increase in fuel prices to get their stuff transported. We've already come up to, that doesn't happen. If that happened, If we would set our rates at, and you said it a while ago in your commercial, and I love it, that 25% of your cost is fuel. Okay, if fuel's at $4 a gallon, and let's say $5 a gallon, or $5 a mile, let's go with 80 cents would be 25%, correct? It is. I'll just let you know real quick. All right, so if that's the number, then we should be running for $3.20 a mile. That's it, gentlemen. Stop playing the game. If the brokers, I'm telling y'all right now, if y'all do not get 25%, like you said in commercial, $3.20 a mile to the truck, don't haul it, don't touch it, let it sit there and let them go buy their own damn trucks and let them haul it, and let them pay a driver and all this stuff and see how much it costs them then. It would be about $9 a mile. Now, y'all need to stop. Y'all are hurting everybody. You're destroying this country by doing what you're doing. And, look, it is what it is. And if you're a company driver, you should be getting 25% of the $3.20. You should be getting 80 cents a mile. Minimum. You should be at $1.20, but prices of trucks have gone up, price of diesel has gone up, price of insurance has gone up, cost of maintenance has gone up, and we're still hauling for 1970s prices. Now, and I understand, the brokers, I don't care if a shipper wants to pay a broker $5 a mile. We get ours. We get our $3.20. They can pay them an extra $1 a mile just for answering the phone. I don't care. If they got money to blow it. But give us ours first. This is out of control. We need, and look, when the price of fuel goes up, we just keep adding on. We just keep adding on. We should actually be at whatever the price of diesel is what you should run for per mile. But I'll give you a break. Because we have deadhead in between all this, going from I deliver to a city every day. I know there's freight in that city going out of there. How come I'm not picking up freight in that city and I got a deadhead 200 miles to go get another load? Oh, that's, we're wasting time. We're wasting fuel. We're not efficient. This is stupid. All these people with these contracts, stop. We need to nationalize the trucking industry and we all run under one thing, or we all run together. Keep your own trucks, but $4 a mile, whatever price of diesel is, run for that number. Everybody's good. The driver gets $1 because that's 25%, and it costs about $1.50 for the operating and the maintenance and all that. That'll cover your insurance if you run 2,500 miles a week. And you're all good. We're all good. But see, corporate America doesn't have to pay for the increase. They don't pay no extra. It comes out of the drivers and owner-operators' pockets. You know, we keep our wages low, and y'all need to stop. Because, but see, here's the thing. You want to blame Biden or Trump for what your problem is, and you will not stand up for yourself. I don't get it. I don't know what happened to it. I mean, I've always had to stand up for myself. I'm standing up for myself right now in court. And, you know, I mean, everybody else, they just quit. You know, when I caught them embezzling my money, $110,000 over a 2-year period. First year they got me for $36,000 because of the way they were doing. And I'll tell you with the fuel surcharge, if you work for a company and they are deducting the fuel from the load and then you get 70%, what they're actually doing, like say the load paid $4 in fuel surcharge, or say it paid $3. Fuel surcharge is 50 cents right now about, right? That's about 20%. So when they deduct that from the load, now you're taking 20% off the load. Now you're getting 70% of 80%, which is 56%, and then they give you the 20% back. That makes it, they got 76. So you get 76%, but you actually should have got at 7% rate, you should have got 90%. You should have got 70% of the load and 100% fuel surcharge, which equals up to 90%. Because now they actually got 120% on the load of what it originally paid. So they're making an extra. They got the extra 20% because they stole it from you guys. They know y'all don't know math. They know y'all just sitting around, and they hate y'all. And they're sitting there. Trucking companies are doing great. They ain't none of. I mean, they're adding more trucks, more trailers. They're doing all that. Swift added more trucks, more trailers. They're making their money. So y'all, I'm telling y'all, if it don't pay you enough, don't haul it. And $2 a mile ain't gonna cover it because fuel's gonna run you 80 cents. Truck payment's gonna run you 60.
I don't know how many times over the years. How many years ago was it when OOIDA's slogan was "Don't haul cheap freight"? That message has been around for, it's got to be at least 15, 20 years ago. Hey, cheap freight, there's always somebody out there looking for their backhaul, right? That's my dad preached that message. There's no such thing as a backhaul. Your backhaul would be somebody else's front run. But it never changes. If you're between a rock and a hard place. Are you going to sit there for 2 days and wait for a good paying load, or are you going to take that load that maybe just covers the cost of your fuel to get back where you're trying to get to? It's a vicious cycle, But Sundance has it all worked out. It's so simple. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning. 27 degrees, windy, under starlit skies. Humphrey, Nebraska tonight. I'm a bit late for class this morning, but we're fixing to load this powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a fast trip south to the land of Oz. Shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock of Nebraska. Boss Hog is on the air. Roscoe, you get 50% of 50% of 50%. Since you're doing so well, I'll throw in another 50%. Did you get that? I don't know. How do you get 120%? If there's 100% of a payment coming in, 100% is all there is. How do you get 120? I'm a tad confused. But next on the list, we get a quick chime out. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I do know there were some space launch activity this Valentine's Day, yesterday. According to from Space Force, Cape Canaveral Space Force, while many were disappointed they couldn't kick off the Valentine's Day with the IM-1 launch, space lovers still had the opportunity to enjoy a SpaceX launch of top secret satellites for the U.S. Space Force 124 mission. SpaceX sent up its Falcon 9 rocket from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral. The 4-hour launch window opened at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, took off shortly after. The only concern was cloud cover, according to the weather this past day. The Falcon 9 first stage booster used for this mission had been on 6 previous missions. After the stage separation, first stage landing at a landing zone 2 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That means folks maybe heard some of those window rattling sonic booms as it was coming back this past evening. Much is not known about the U.S. Space Force 124 mission, which is for the U.S. Space Force, obviously. It will be sent to low Earth orbit. Space Systems Command assured access to Space Launch Team and the mission partners were in final preparation for the National Security Space Launch. All right, so SSC stated this is the 8th National Security Space launch by SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket since December of 2018. That was a secret launch this past day. Don't know what it was, but hey, several people have in recent. I know Horse Feathers posted it. I see Captain Kirk this past day, and I've seen a number of others kind of sharing a post from the Travel Centers of America in regards to the Mid-America Truck Show coming up. It's a photo from Travel Centers of America, headlined "Truck Parking Community." I'm trying to understand. I know for many, many years, going back in time, the truck parking community, it used to be, Papa John's Cardinal Stadium, until you had the issue where Papa John's was removed from the name, and it was just Cardinal Stadium. That's the truck parking community. Year after year, they're in Louisville. All it says is show update. The truck parking community has been moved to 1016 Phillips Lane, Louisville, across from Gate 1 at the Kentucky Expo Center. Free tractor-trailer parking with shuttle service to and from the Mid-America Truck Show will be available courtesy of TA Petro. TA Petro will also be providing hot showers and portable restrooms within the lot there. For detail, directions and details, truckingshow.com. I mean, that takes you to the Mid-America Truck Show website. But so I guess the whole parking thing is moving. And I'm not real familiar. I think I'm trying to recall Gate 1. So I'm guessing maybe it's like inside that big loop. They're around. I'm not sure. The convention center there. Trying to get more on that. But, yeah, wherever you've been parking for years and years, I guess that is changed for the 2024 edition there. See if Eagle's hanging in there. Morning, Eagle. What's going on? Oh, hold on. Computer. Pick up. There he is. Morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you. Welcome aboard.
Nope. Okay. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way to Daytona. I got to deliver this load in Atlanta tomorrow. And then I'm going to jump on 75 and head down to Florida. So I should be there on Saturday. I don't think I'm going to go to the Saturday race. I'll probably just wait until Sunday. I don't think I'm going to go to the race on Saturday. I don't know. I might go. It depends on what time I get there. But I'm definitely going to be there on Sunday. I think I haven't had a chance to check the weather yet, but I heard the weather's supposed to be pretty good in Daytona on Saturday and Sunday. So that's a good deal. Yeah, have you heard anything about the weather in Daytona?
I actually, if you weren't with us there when I first kicked off the show, right now the weather's looking like rain, especially on Saturday. Depends on how fast this system crosses Florida. They say, be prepared for maybe some rain delays. They did point out that Daytona does have the lights so that it could be postponed till later in the evening maybe, but yeah, they're talking maybe a lot of rain this weekend.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not good. No, I hadn't had a chance to check up on the weather. I'm glad I asked you that because I didn't know they was having weather problems in Daytona. Yeah, that's not good.
Things should be good for I guess you've got the duels tonight, the twin races coming up here. Great weather for tonight. Everything should be okay, but they're talking about this storm coming in. Maybe Friday night into Saturday, so yeah, just check ahead.
Yeah. You said the Saturday action definitely might be the Saturday race. You don't know too much about Sunday, but Saturday you say definitely gonna have some rain.
Right.
On Saturday. Okay. Yeah, like I told you, I'm not too concerned about the Saturday race. I definitely. Well, like I said, they got lights at Daytona, and maybe they might. Yeah, a lot of people will be disappointed if they have to do it on Monday. A lot of people got to go back to work. So I'm hoping they ain't got to postpone the race until Monday. Because then I might end up missing the race myself, because I'm not sure if my boss man going to let me take off on Monday, if the race is canceled.
Right.
So that's not a good deal. So, if they change it to Monday. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to check out the news after I hang up with you, the weather, and see if I can get a little bit better update. I might not even waste my time driving down to Daytona. If I see it's gonna be rained out, I might just stay in Atlanta and try to get me a different load or something. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I found out something. I'll let you know a little bit more tomorrow night when I call about what's going on. But yeah, Steve, man, unfortunately, here we go again. Steve. We've been talking about this so long. These shootings. Here we go again. I just talked to you last night about a shooting in Houston, Texas, where I grew up at, and I thought everything was gonna stay calm for a couple of months. I thought things was gonna stay calm. I figured we weren't gonna have no more shooting for a while. But lo and behold, I'm driving down the interstate today, Steve, and And what a hear on my radio as I'm minding my own business. I heard that they was having a parade in Kansas City, and then next thing I know, I get a bulletin on news, a bleep on my cell phone saying that there's been a shooting in Kansas City. What do you know? What do you know? Another shooting. And like I said, some more cowards that are taking their frustrations out on other people. They're frustrated with their own life, so they got to go out and take innocent lives and hurt and ruin other people's lives. A lot of these people that got shot today were kids. They said 8 to 15 years old. A lot of the people that were shot. It's a damn shame, Steve, that you can't even go to a parade and celebrate the victory of your team in the Super Bowl without these losers ruining it. It's really sad that we live in this a state like this. But it's not the gun. You got these Democrats already running their mouth about the gun this, gun that. We got to get these guns off the damn street. No, my man, that's the gun. We've talked about this so much, Steve. The gun is not the problem. I've never seen a gun shoot nobody by itself. When that person, anybody in Washington, D.C., I'll be happy to meet with you. Show me a gun that can fire by itself and go into a crowd of people in Kansas City and do what it did today. I want to see it. When I see that happen, then I believe the gun is the problem. You understand what I mean, Steve?
Absolutely. Never seen a gun jump off the counter, right? Yeah, jump off the dresser and shoot somebody randomly. Hey, but we got to pause there. So hold that thought as we close out, hour number 2 in the books. Much more to come, though, after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The House Intelligence Committee has raised concerns about a significant national security risk reportedly linked to advancing Russian space technology. Ohio Republican Mike Turner said his committee has shared details about the threat with fellow members of Congress. House Speaker Mike Johnson asserts that last week's Justice Department report on President Biden's handling of classified documents indicates his incapacity to lead. Special counsel Robert Hur described Biden as an elderly man with a poor memory in the DOJ report. Despite demands from Republicans, the White House confirmed Biden will not undergo a cognitive assessment. The White House is pressuring lawmakers in Congress to quickly pass a new $90+ billion foreign aid package. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
It was part of the earlier rejected bipartisan border security deal, but is now being passed by U.S. senators as a standalone bipartisan funding package for allies overseas. New Republican Speaker Mike Johnson has opposed direct foreign aid spending on Ukraine in the past. However, now the bill includes spending for Israel and Taiwan as well.
The president urges the House to send this legislation to his desk immediately so that he can sign it into law.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. At the same time, Ukraine has reportedly destroyed another Russian military ship in the Black Sea.
Chaos erupted at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade as gunfire rang out, leaving at least one person dead. In the crowd was Amanda Wink with her daughter.
About the time we were running in that opposite direction, then everybody started running again and made us get down to the ground. We didn't know what was going on, really. Very nerve-wracking.
As the parade came to a close, law enforcement officers were seen rushing into Union Station with their weapons drawn. Union Station is where the parade route ended and was the focal point for the team's celebrations. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The judge presiding over Donald Trump's Georgia election interference case will decide Thursday whether to remove District Attorney Fani Willis. One of Trump's co-defendants argues that Willis should be disqualified because of her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. Georgia State law professor Clark Cunningham says the issue could prolong the proceedings.
I think what we're looking at is a kind of a mini trial on the Fani Willis, Nathan Wade affair, and that mini trial is going to go on for a heck of a long time. It's not going to be resolved anything like February 15th.
Willis is accused of financially benefiting from hiring Wade for $650,000 despite his purported lack of experience in prosecuting felony cases. Delta Airlines is offering a heartfelt Valentine's Day gesture to its employees, a special profit-sharing bonus totaling $1.4 million. Workers will receive bonus checks equivalent to 10.4% of their eligible earnings, amounting to more than a month's pay. SpaceX has announced plans to construct a $100 million office and industrial complex at its Starbase in South Texas. According to paperwork filed with the state, the facility will span 5 stories and 1 million square feet. Construction scheduled to begin February 23rd. The inventor of the beloved snack Pop-Tarts, William Post, has died at 96. Post, who served as a plant manager for Michigan-based Regional Bakery, which later became Keebler, was instrumental in the creation of the iconic treat. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Another hour. Here we go. Just like that. Rolling into a Thursday. Turn the page. What are we at? 15th day of February. All right. I'm not sure if Brother Rambler's with us at this hour this morning or not, but if he chimes in maybe later. I know he's always been a fan of wrestling. Knows the names, knows the game. I vaguely kind of remember the name from the WWE, Brian Pillman. Does that ring a bell? It's a story that unfolded last week, of course, as a resident of Cincinnati, Ohio. We're based here in Southwest Ohio, the secret bunker where our program emanates from. But a potential mass school shooting was averted in the suburbs of Cincinnati last week. The grandson of the late WWE star Brian Pillman is set to be honored after stopping that school shooting from taking place. Jackson Swollen, also known as Boom, is the grandson of Brian Pillman and the nephew of current WWE NXT star Lexis King. Swollen's historic actions are set to be recognized by the Uvalde Foundation for Kids, as he will be awarded their National Student Hero Award after he thwarted a school shooting at Marymount High School in Cincinnati. A 14-year-old student at the school has been charged with conspiracy to commit aggravated murder and is accused of conspiring with an out-of-state adult in relation to the case. Student is said to have had access to a weapon at home as well as a kill list that had the names of 8 students and 1 teacher. Now, Swollen learned of the plan. I guess he overheard a conversation or something that despite being threatened to not tell anybody. The student that he overheard, I guess, noticed that he heard what he was talking and told him, I'll kill you, I guess, if you tell anybody. He went home and told his dad, Zach Swollen. Dad then notified police of what his son had overheard. Zach Swollen spoke about his son's action, noting that Jackson was not concerned about his own safety, putting that of others first. The kid had the firearms. He had a very elaborate plan and had every intention of carrying out that plan. My son, he doesn't lie. He's very literal. I could tell by his tone. And it was told to my son that if he disclosed anything about the plan to anybody, he would be shot and killed. But my son literally told me he didn't care if he got killed as long as he could protect his classmates. So the WWE star paying tribute to the hero nephew. Lexis King took to social media to pay tribute to his nephew, noting he had inherited some of the athletic genes of the former WWE star grandfather. This is my nephew, Jackson Swollen. As you can probably tell, he's got the genes of his late grandfather, Flying Brian Pillman. 15 years old and already a national hero. We're all proud of him. The founder of the Uvalde Foundation for Kids, Daniel Chapin, praised Swollen and his father for their decisive action to come forward to help prevent another tragedy. In the discussions we've heard in the local outlets and whatnot, kids hear things at school, right? And a 14-year-old, he could have just thought, he's kidding around, or he's joking, or he's not really going to. He could have been silent. He could have not told anyone, but he was concerned enough to tell his dad, and Dad took him serious enough to go to law enforcement. Law enforcement, then I guess they got the warrant and found all this, the documentation, the communications with someone from out of state he was trying to help get to participate in killing these people. This student, who helped extinguish a possible threat to fellow students, represents the reality of how the climate of violence plagues our nation's schools, threatening students' lives can come to an end, not through gun control or more safety planning meetings, but rather through alert, caring students like this young man who refused to stand by when a potential threat stood against friends. Swollen's grandfather, Brian Pillman, is set to be celebrated by WWE after his estate signed a new deal with that company, apparently. But, a local story which made national prominence, but had he remained silent, we could have been talking about another mass school shooting in our hometown, my hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio. All right, Eagle, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah. Yep, I think I heard they had another shooting averted. I forgot where it was located at another town a couple of days ago, too. But, that Brian Pillman, I don't know if you know it or not, but I'm a wrestling fan, too. He used to play with the Cincinnati Bengals, too. Yeah, he played football. He didn't play that long, but I think he was on the team for about a year. Brian Pillman. Well, that's not his real name, but he played with Cincinnati Bengals. But getting back to the shooting today in Kansas City, Steve. The deal is, like I said before, you already got certain Democrats that's coming out already saying that we got to have some gun legislation. We got to take guns away from the people. And that's not the answer. We've already discussed this many a times about the guns is not the problem. This mental issue. I guarantee you, when you look at these three individuals, they claim they picked up 3 people that was involved in this shooting today in Kansas City. You could best believe that they're going to have a criminal history or they're going to have a mental background history, one of the two. You don't just wake up in the morning. You don't just wake up in the morning and decide you're going to go to a parade and start shooting people. I can tell you that right now. So they can talk about guns all they want, Steve. Like I say, you saw what could have been averted in my old hometown of Houston, Texas, just on Sunday morning. If those undercover officers wouldn't have been sitting in the back row of that church with them guns, we could have had 40 or 50 people gunned down in the church. And so all these people talking about that you don't need guns, those officers saved 40 or 50 people. And from what I'm understanding today, you had some heroes today that tackled these gunmen as they could have gunned down even more people, but they said that some of the people at the parade attacked these losers and took them to the ground. They should have beat the hell out of them. But they averted it because these guys shot. I heard a lot of young kids was shot at. Like I say, Steve, it makes no sense. You can't go anywhere. I was just listed just last night. Like I told you, I thought we might hold off on this for a couple of weeks, before we had another shooting. And we'll know and behold, the very next day we talking about this again. So, like I said, we don't went over the list. They don't shot up churches, schools, shopping malls, restaurants, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. Until they open up these mental facilities, Steve, until they get these people off the street that don't need to be on the street, the gun violence is going to continue. Like I say, I challenge anybody in Washington, D.C. to answer that question. Lay a gun on the table, and I bet you that gun will be laying on the table tomorrow morning when you wake up. When that gun walks into a parade and starts shooting people, then I want one of them politicians to call me up. But I don't think I'll be receiving that call because it won't happen. So here's how it goes with the other situation, Steve. Because with Joe Biden, let's talk about him for a minute. Yeah, can I get the ketchup? Let me get through that. Yeah. So here's how it goes, Steve, with Biden. Okay, so what they basically telling you now is, What they basically telling you now is, Steve, is that Biden is above the law because he's an old man and that he doesn't know what he's doing. His mental mind is not smart, is not good enough for him to recognize that he's breaking the damn law. Did you believe that, Steve? They're trying to pull that fast one on the American people.
Right.
That Joe Biden's mental mind, Joe Biden he's too old and feeble to realize that he took classified documents to his house. But Donald Trump can be processed for the same deal, for the same so-called crime. Donald Trump they trying to throw Donald Trump under the jail for the same thing that Joe Biden done. Now, anybody who can't see that the Democrats are crooked as a snake, if you can't figure that out, then you're dumber than I think you are. Am I right or am I wrong, Steve?
That is
They're trying
absolutely
to convict
correct.
Donald Trump of the same crime that Joe Biden did, huh?
100%. Yes, sir.
But they got the nerve to say that Joe Biden is too old to realize that he took classified documents to his home in Delaware. Come on. I don't care. Joe Biden knew exactly what he did. And besides that, Joe Biden was taking classified documents to his home when he was the vice president. This didn't just start when he was the president. He also did it when he was the vice president working under Obama. So I'm not showing Joe Biden no sympathy whatsoever, Steve. I could care less if he's the old man, because I guarantee you Joe Biden know what he did was wrong, and he deserves to go to jail just like everybody else. I'm not going to play that game with these Democrats talking about Biden is too old and feeble to know what the hell he's doing. And I guess Joe Biden, I'm supposed to give him the benefit of the doubt about the borders.
And did we lose connection there? I think we did. Well, all right. Yeah, but it's the two-tier justice system. I'm pulling up the story here, which will give you, as they say, the rest of the story. Yeah, one of those migrants in New York that was involved in the mob assault on the cops there in Times Square a couple weeks ago just got arrested again. This time for participating in a coordinated robbery of a Macy's store there in Queens. You let him out on, what was it, own recognizance? I don't know if he's one of the original 7 or what the case was, but yeah, we'll give you the rest of the story, as they say, coming up right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, like Grump said earlier, they ain't coming over here to get damn jobs. From the New York Post, one of the migrants involved in the mob assault on the pair of cops in Times Square arrested again. This time participating in a coordinated robbery of a Macy's store in Queens. 19-year-old Darwin Andre Gomez Izquierdo, arrested Tuesday night and charged with robbery and petty larceny, according to police. He's one of the four that was charged for entering the Queens Center Mall a little after 5:30 Tuesday, acting in concert to steal clothes that they tried to hide in bags. When a 27-year-old security guard confronted the group, a struggle ensued. One of the suspects punched him in the face. Security guard suffered minor injuries but refused medical attention at the scene. Gomez Izquierdo was led out of the 110th precinct in handcuffs shortly after 11 o'clock Wednesday morning on his way to Queens Criminal Court for his arraignment on the new robbery and petty larceny charges. Wearing a blue hoodie, sweatpants, downtrodden expression on his face as he was escorted to an NYPD SUV, ignored questions from reporters in both English and Spanish. But he was previously charged with second-degree assault on a police officer and obstructing governmental administration for the caught-on-camera Times Square attack. Video showed him with the gang of other asylum seekers kicking the pair of officers in the head and body before running away. The others accused in Tuesday's alleged robbery were last seen fleeing westbound on Queens Boulevard with about $600+ worth of assorted clothing. One of the suspects described as about 5'8", tan complexion, thin build, multicolored baseball cap, blue jacket, blah, blah, blah. Another is a woman, 5'6", slight complexion, medium build. Let's see, the third, a 5'10" man, medium complexion, medium build. According to police reports, one of the suspects, a migrant living in a city tent shelter, was arrested there early on Wednesday. 21-year-old Ulysses Bohorquez, accused of kicking the department store security guard during that robbery. They're just good kids looking for a better way of life. You know, this is Joe Biden's legacy of America, what we're bringing into this country. Grump, I know, wanted to give a quick response, follow up there to what, Sundance, I believe.
Yeah, I do. You know, no, the Grump, that come about, my father gave me that when I was 5 years old. I was not a morning person when it was time to go to school. So we'll clear that one up. But anyway, this guy said so damn much wrong. I don't know what he thinks he's got right. You know, he talks about Joe Biden has produced more oil than Donald Trump. Yeah, he did. You know why? Because OPEC took almost 4 million barrels a day off the market. Number one, that's one reason why. But when Trump was producing oil, he had it up there. Joe Biden originally wanted to produce about 10 million barrels a day. He wanted to keep it at about like that. And they also counted all that they released out of the petroleum
SPR
reserve, yes, as production. Bull. It had already been produced. So all that was a giveaway to the global market right there. It went to China. It went everywhere. So, okay, you got about 13.4 million barrels a day is what's being produced right now in this country. All right, when Donald Trump was president, number one, he flooded the market with oil. Yes, he did. So did Saudi Arabia. And why did they do that? Because inflation was down around 1%. The dollar was worth a hell of a lot more than it is now. It takes a lot more dollars to buy the same amount of oil than what it did under Donald Trump. So Saudi Arabia knew that, and OPEC in general, and Russia and everybody else, they wanted a piece of that market. Why? Because it's traded in dollars. It's not traded in yen or anything else. The oil is traded in dollars. So if you don't know jack about what the hell he's talking about, let's get on with the brokers. That gobbledygook of Jethro Bodine math he was talking about there, who in the hell can decipher that? You know, that was one of the dumbest displays of trucking knowledge that I've ever seen in my life. All right, there's 700,000 trucking companies right now registered in the United States, over 700,000. There's 83,000 brokers that's fighting for a chunk of the $17 billion market that we have in the freight industry right now, which they account for about $4 billion worth. All right, so when you break that down, you look at it. He was talking about this $5.40 a mile freight and all this other crap, which was ridiculous on its face because, number one, only about 12% of that brokerage market is over $3 a mile. So where in the hell is he going to come up with all this? This is a supply and demand industry, buddy. I don't know if you realize that or not. But when you call up and you start running your mouth, especially if you're going to talk some smack about me, you better load your guns and come back, pal, because I'm telling you right now, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I mean, it was just, he's rattling on about every truck out here ought to get $4 a mile. How in the hell is that going to happen? You ever looked at the spot market? You ever looked at the freight rates and how they come about? It is supply and demand, whether you like to believe it or not. It's not. You can't just wave a magic wand and say, all right, toilet paper right now is going to go for $6 a mile because we got COVID going on, and hell, there's not that much of it. Well, yeah, you probably get it then. But as soon as the market starts getting flooded with it again, guess what? It's down to $1.20 or $1.30. And when you've got 83,000 brokers fighting for 365,000 loads that is posted out on the load board, double brokerage, every damn thing else, and that big percentage, which happens to be of that 700,000 trucks, makes up about 97% of those companies are 20 trucks or less. So yeah, a lot of them depend heavily on the brokerage system, and a lot of them are bidding these loads down. You know, how many times, Steve, remember that one guy come on your show talking about how he relied on the load boards and everything, and he was bitching about the freight rates and transparency and everything else? Well, yeah, when you got that many trucks competing against loads and things like that, it doesn't make a damn what a broker makes. You know, where are you going to stop at? You know, are you gonna set your sights at $2 a mile and say I won't go under that? Well, buddy, I'll tell you what. There's a hell of a lot of trucks out there that'll set their sights at $1.30. And now that we have all these people in India and places like that are sitting there watching the damn load boards, dispatching trucks here in the United States, which is supposed to be illegal, but they're doing it somehow on a Watts line or whatever they're doing. They just continually drive the prices down. You're not going to see rates like you say you need to see. It's not going to happen. Maybe in an alternative universe or something like that. But learn a little bit about what the hell you're talking about before you call up. All right, that's all. That's about all I got. You know, I just thought it sounded ridiculous when it's old call. And the last person that I heard going by Sundance was some gay stripper on Howard Stern's show. I don't know if that's I don't know if it's the same guy or what, but that's just that's about all I got, man. Have a good night.
All right, we'll get a news break here. What do we got? It's 844-844-3388. Update on the ongoing speed limiter debate just ahead here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Intelligence Committee Chair Mike Turner calling on President Biden to declassify information relating to a specific foreign threat that Congress had recently been made aware of.
We scheduled a briefing for the 4 House members of the Gang of 8 tomorrow. That's been on the books. So I am a bit surprised that Congressman Turner came out publicly today in advance of a meeting on the books.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says he had a planned meeting with Congressman Turner and other congressional leaders later this week. House Speaker Mike Johnson asserts that last week's Justice Department report on President Biden's handling of classified documents indicates his incapacity to lead. The special counsel described Biden as an elderly man with poor memory. Despite demands from Republicans, the White House confirmed that Biden will not undergo a cognitive assessment. And Mitch McConnell's sister-in-law, Angela Chow, has passed away at 50 following a car accident. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here we go. Update. The effort to stop the FMCSA from requiring speed limiters on heavy trucks gained a little more support. According to the report this month, Representatives Jefferson Van Drew of New Jersey, Byron Donalds of Florida becoming the latest co-sponsors of the DRIVE Act. With those recent additions, the bill now has 34 co-sponsors in the House. Taking you back late last year, Representative Josh Brennan introduced the DRIVE Act, which would prevent the FMCSA from moving forward with any rulemaking that attempts to mandate speed limiting devices on commercial motor vehicles. Of course, they issued the advance notice of supplemental proposed rulemaking in 22. 15,000 comments later, and the overwhelming majority of those opposed. Many lawmakers have spoken up for truck drivers, pointing to dangerous speed differentials, states' rights, and unintended consequences as reasons mandatory speed limiters would be a bad idea. Van Drew was among the lawmakers who made their opposition of speed limiters known at the House subcommittee hearing back in December. And I mentioned earlier, got a follow-up. Shelley Johnson was actually listening when I shared her email last evening. But for those who may have missed it, Shelley Johnson, used to listen to her on TNZradio.live, right? And, of course, to their demise, she still does her podcast, Women Road Warriors, each week. She and Kathy Tuccaro. She said, I wanted to reach out because we still produce and co-host the Women Road Warriors program, and I guess they recently set up a GoFundMe page for a young woman facing cancer for a second time. Brandy Dodson, otherwise known as Queen Bee, a 33-year-old mom and wife who's a member of Women in Trucking, the Women in Trucking organization. She's worked in the industry for 9 years, currently works at the Pete Store. Originally diagnosed with a severe form of breast cancer in 2021. She was in remission until last month, and she was diagnosed with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer, which will likely be terminal, she said. She's facing right now the battle of her life. Kathy and I interviewed her, and we set up a page on our website called Fight Like Bee. Yeah, the link to our GoFundMe to help with medical bills is on that page, Fight Like Bee. If you wouldn't mind sharing that with your listeners, we would greatly appreciate. Every little bit helps. So she just wanted to throw that out there. You can find the page for Fight Like Bee at the website womenroadwarriors.com. Thanks in advance. Keep up the great work. You're a valuable part of the trucking industry. Thank you, Shelley Johnson. Yes, indeed. All right. Heat Wave checks in here on a Thursday. What's going on, senor?
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Just cruising through Winslow, Arizona. It's 35 and clear and dry. That's nice. Damn it, Grump. On both calls, you stole my thunder. Well, thank you for expounding on what I was going to say as well. I appreciate it. I think anything that Sundance has to say ain't worth a hoot in hell. And, he's always downplaying other people's experiences, but we're supposed to bow down and go, oh, well, sorry this happened to you. No, I don't buy into it. I mean, he may be a fertilizer salesman, but it's going to be poor quality, and I wouldn't want to spread that around either. Well, let's see here. I mean, yep, and Eagle touched on it as well. You know, Biden gets up there and starts screaming, we need more gun laws. Let's just sit down, settle back, let the investigators do their job. Let's find out who these people are and what these people are and how if they legally obtained these weapons, what was their mental state to begin with? And if they were not legally allowed to get these weapons, where did they come from? You know, the black market is something that's very hard to clamp down on, because you have to find your suppliers. And there are what was that 8-headed snake, that dragon called a hydra? I mean, you can cut one head off and there's going to be 4 more that's going to grow out of that. So, I mean, that's where they need to concentrate their efforts on. You know, where are these guns coming from on the black market? Where? So, anyways, well, what else is happening? Oh, in New Mexico, overnight, fuel prices went up to almost $1 more a gallon. And the only thing that was said was, well, the cost of a barrel of oil went up $10, and there's a higher demand and a low supply.
Mm-hmm.
Where, you know, and if we are producing more oil, if we are pumping more of it out of the ground, why aren't we having our refineries go full blast and then build more to accommodate us? And if we are putting more oil out, then anything that happens in the Middle East should not affect us. I mean, under Trump, it didn't. But under the numbnut we got up there in the White House, it has. And it's now coming to the realization that, you know, well, if we're pumping all this oil, why shouldn't we take care of ourselves? Well, duh. We should be able to take care of ourselves. We should be able to have cheaper fuel prices. And our gas, our oil, our liquid natural gas, our diesel should not be so much to where a retired couple should not have to shell out a third of their money just to operate their vehicle or to warm their house or to cook their food. So, yeah, that boggles my mind too. But when you have the right leadership in the White House, the right leadership in the Senate, the right leadership in the House, good things will happen. Now, with the impeachment of Mayorkas, made it by one vote.
Mm-hmm.
They say incompetence is no excuse to impeach the guy. Excuse me? If I am incompetent in my job of transportation, yeah, I get penalized to the point where I may even get fired. So why is this guy drawing a free pass from the Democrats? They say it's a political stunt. Well, haven't they been telling us for the last 3 years, oh, the border's secure, it's closed, then none of this is happening, and then all of a sudden, we've got a problem. We've got to take care of it. The border is uncontrolled. Well, man, it either is or it ain't. So, yeah, I mean, the borders are, I don't know where she's been, but she ain't been doing the job. It seems like to me that's either incompetence or gross negligence. Biden, again, he's just an old man, friendly old man with no mind of his own. So this is really going to be an interesting election, you know, and it's going to be on the Republican side, border security, independence from foreign oil, you know, build our wall with Mexico. And, you know, it was funny. Democrats were saying, oh, there's no money to build a wall. We don't know where we could find the money. Well, they sure as hell could find out where the money is to give to Ukraine.
Yep.
And all these other idiot countries out there. I mean, I'm not calling Taiwan a bunch of idiots, and I ain't calling Israel a bunch of idiots, but countries that really are not our friends are getting money. And I'm just so damn tired of them saying, well, now that you voted me in, this is what we are going to do. It's like, ain't it supposed to be the will of the people instead of the will of someone else wanting to line their pockets? It's just aggravating, to say the least. So other than that, I'm sure I got more to talk about, but my mind is mush right about now. We're heading off to Phoenix, and I sure hope when they do the spring training in the Cactus League, there'll be some motel rooms for us to go to, because it ain't going to be no fun sleeping in a day cab. All righty, Senor, I'll let you go. You have yourself a good morning.
Good to hear from you, Senor Heatwave. Thanks for checking in. He mentioned the right leadership in D.C. Now, Trump's been taking a lot of flack for a comment he made about NATO a few days ago. I tell you what impact that statement apparently has had on the world stage. I mean, he's not even the nominee for the Republican Party yet. I think it's a foregone conclusion. We know he will be. But the rest of the world is paying attention, and they are pretty much coming to the realization Donald Trump may very well be the next president of the United States. NATO announcing this past day, Wednesday, that a majority of its members are set to hit their defense spending goals for 2024. Just days after former President Trump told those who don't pay their share that he ain't going to protect them if he's reelected. It's estimated that 18 of the 31 NATO members will hit their minimum goal of spending 2% of total gross domestic product on defense budgets this year, compared to the roughly one-third of the alliance who hit that goal last year, according to 3 alliance officials who spoke to the Financial Times. Trump warned in a speech last weekend that he would tell Russia, do whatever the hell they want if members don't pay their share, should he win a second term. Trump's long, as we know, had issues with NATO members and their failure to meet the spending goal. They're pretty much fine and dandy with us, constantly, year after year, footing the damn bill. The U.S. is footing too much of the bill. Yeah, the United States is the largest financial backer of NATO, according to the Washington Post. European Union officials who say that NATO members are working to hit their targets once more in preparation for a second Trump presidency. According to the Times, NATO members will also try to put more importance on issues Trump finds the most pressing, such as China and terrorist threats, and win over his good graces. There's a lot of talk about Trump. What's the best way to handle a President Trump, according to one senior NATO diplomat? According to the Financial Times, basically a combination of flattery and a firm hand. You can't worry about the rhetoric too much, but instead focus on the points being made and make sure you give credit to Trump if and when he is right, according to the former NATO chief spokesperson. Roughly 2/3 of NATO members missed their defense spending targets last year. Trump, last weekend at the rally, said NATO was busted until I came along. I said, everybody's going to pay. And they said, well, if we don't pay, are you still going to protect us? And I said, absolutely not. They couldn't believe that answer. One of the presidents of a big country, he stood up and he said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? No, I wouldn't protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. NATO did not immediately respond to request for comment. But that's, what do you call it? Firm leadership? You go back to the And they know he ain't messing around because he told them during his first presidency. And I think they're fully well aware. He's not speaking out of his rear end. What he says he's going to do, he means he's going to do. Is that right? Sometimes you gotta talk their language. Much like China, all they understand is brute force, I guess you'd say. Pay your fair share. You want to be a part? You join this organization. You know the rules. You know the regulations. You sign on to the contract that you're going to do this and do that to be a member. And part of that is agreeing to pay your fair share. Yeah, we're not the world's piggy bank. It's pretty much is what he's saying, and he's 100% correct. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
More on space flight. You know, speaking of which, we haven't heard from Philip in a few days, have we? I don't think we've heard from Philip yet this week. Philip, if you're out there, hope everything's okay. Maybe under the weather again, but just, yeah. Meanwhile, the third test flight of SpaceX's giant Starship rocket might be just around the corner, according to Elon Musk. Starship, we're meant to fly, and our next one launches in about 3 weeks. But I recommend you wait for a few more test flights before you hop on board. He was actually replying to a post from Kanye West, who asked, "Where's my rocket ship?" These two have known each other for more than a decade. I guess they interact frequently on X. Starship, we're meant to fly, and our next one launches in about 3 weeks, he says. Now, Starship, of course, the one being developed to take people and cargo to the moon, Mars, and beyond. You got the first stage called Super Heavy, the 165-foot-tall upper stage known as Starship, both powered by SpaceX's next-generation Raptor engine. They've conducted 2 test flights to date, which occurred in April and November last year. The debut, of course, ended in the controlled detonation just 4 minutes into flight. They suffered several major problems. The failure of the 2 stages to separate. Second, a bit more smoothly. Super Heavy's 33 Raptors aced the initial burn. Boosters separated from Starship on time. Both stages ended up exploding high in the Texas sky. Now, they've been gearing up for flight number 3 for a while now. Over the past weekend, for example, the company rolled both Starship stages out to the orbital launch mount. They're stacked. But the Federal Aviation Administration is still investigating what happened on the November launch, so they're still waiting to get that license once again to proceed with that next launch. See when that comes through. 5-7, hey there.
Hey, I am so grateful that you brought out this story. 11 months out, Trump's already making things better. That's really good. And I'm still, radio is the theater of the air. I still see that young man, you said he, hoodie and looking downtrodden, and he's been arrested. And he's only 19. And, well, I'd be downtrodden too if I was a failure at my chosen career. So, maybe Alvin Bragg could keep him in jail this time. Now, I haven't heard much more of it, but I did hear they were trying to get the records from the special prosecutor on this thing with
the transcript of the interviews with Biden to prove, I guess, once and for all that he was confused, a confused old man.
Yeah. Well, listen, everything they do belongs to the American people. And no, you can't say no. I mean, we paid for it, right? And it should be out there. So it goes two ways. Either he's too ignorant and too senile to be charged, which means that he shouldn't be driving the country into World War III, I'd say. Or he needs to be charged. So I think that's a great thing. Hopefully they'll go through. I haven't heard much of it since. But yeah, and just a reminder on this border bill, they keep on saying Trump doesn't want it happen. There's two things about that 5,000 illegals we're going to let in every day. But the most important thing is taking the power away from the people, that federal courts in Texas won't be able to judge or to do their job, and they're down close to the people. They know what the people need. They're there with the people. But in that, all that will have to go up to D.C., where it's Democrat-controlled, politically controlled.
Right, and you don't get a fair shot in any form or fashion in a D.C. court. But hey, we pause there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades.
Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The House Intelligence Committee has raised concerns about a significant national security risk reportedly linked to advancing Russian space technology. Ohio Republican Mike Turner said his committee has shared details about the threat with fellow members of Congress. House Speaker Mike Johnson asserts that last week's Justice Department report on President Biden's handling of classified documents indicates his incapacity to lead. Special counsel Robert Hur described Biden as an elderly man with a poor memory in the DOJ report. Despite demands from Republicans, the White House confirmed Biden will not undergo a cognitive assessment. The White House is pressuring lawmakers in Congress to quickly pass a new $90+ billion foreign aid package. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
It was part of the earlier rejected bipartisan border security deal, but is now being passed by U.S. senators as a standalone bipartisan funding package for allies overseas. New Republican Speaker Mike Johnson has opposed direct foreign aid spending on Ukraine in the past. However, now the bill includes spending for Israel and Taiwan as well.
The president urges the House to send this legislation to his desk immediately so that he can sign it into law.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. At the same time, Ukraine has reportedly destroyed another Russian military ship in the Black Sea.
Chaos erupted at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade as gunfire rang out, leaving at least one person dead. In the crowd was Amanda Wink with her daughter.
About the time we were running in that opposite direction, then everybody started running again and made us get down to the ground. We didn't know what was going on, really. Very nerve-wracking.
As the parade came to a close, law enforcement officers were seen rushing into Union Station with their weapons drawn. Union Station is where the parade route ended and was the focal point for the team's celebrations. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The judge presiding over Donald Trump's Georgia election interference case will decide Thursday whether to remove District Attorney Fani Willis. One of Trump's co-defendants argues that Willis should be disqualified because of her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. Georgia State law professor Clark Cunningham says the issue could prolong the proceedings.
I think what we're looking at is a kind of a mini trial on the Fani Willis, Nathan Wade affair. And that mini trial is going to go on for a heck of a long time. It's not going to be resolved anything like February 15th.
Willis is accused of financially benefiting from hiring Wade for $650,000 despite his purported lack of experience in prosecuting felony cases. Delta Airlines is offering a heartfelt Valentine's Day gesture to its employees, a special profit-sharing bonus totaling $1.4 million. Workers will receive bonus checks equivalent to 10.4% of their eligible earnings, amounting to more than a month's pay. SpaceX has announced plans to construct a $100 million office and industrial complex at its Starbase in South Texas. According to paperwork filed with the state, the facility will span 5 stories and 1 million square feet. Construction scheduled to begin February 23rd. The inventor of the beloved snack Pop-Tarts, William Post, has died at 96. Post, who served as a plant manager for Michigan-based Regional Bakery, which later became Keebler, was instrumental in the creation of the iconic treat. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Day number 1 of the big farm and machinery show, Louisville, Kentucky, is in the books. As is the first evening of truck and tractor pulls. They're at Freedom Hall, which goes on during the big farm machine show. Wow, I'm just scrolling through some of the photographs of all the trucks and tractors that showed up in Louisville. And just anybody and everybody in the truck and tractor pulling world is there. Yeah, we're talking last evening about some of the that's a super modifieds where you can line up 3, 4. I saw one that actually had 5 engines, all hooked up on one tractor. Pretty cool stuff, and they'll be returning to Louisville once again after the final night of the Mid-America Truck Show coming up next month, and that'll be what is known as the Mac Winter Nationals. So looking forward to that. All right, we had to hit the news break there. 5-7, hanging on. Welcome back.
Yeah, Ted Cruz is the one that made mention about that's hidden in that botchery. And just the thought, what's wrong with the federal court in Texas? Why do they want all that judgment right up there in D.C.? You know why. It's just clearly this administration is doing everything they can to become a dictatorship where they got total control. And this sounds like a minor word, but it's a thin string of our whole freedom. They want to turn this government in a government to the people instead of from the people to the government. They don't want to listen to us. Obviously, people have been crying out, amazingly crying out, Democrats crying out in these cities, minorities screaming and holler and crying out because of the crime, and they're not listening. So I'm just saying, either they know something's coming up, like if a theory that we're going to get attacked. Let's say on the 6th month, on the 6th day, all these people that have this fur under their butt attack us at the same time. All he has to do is declare martial law and suspend the election, and boom, So who knows what America will look like on the other side of this. So we're in an amazing time, but every generation in the past has had to fight for freedom. Our America isn't the same as the turn of the century. Woodrow Wilson tried to turn us into a socialist country. Things that happened under Abraham Lincoln would have never been tolerated. He jailed his political prisoners at the time. So, this freedom is on a thin line. This is our turn. And I'm going to say it, and I'll say it again. You have to go vote. You have to vote, and you got to vote. I mean, you got to get people out. Try to get 2-3 people to vote. You got to put more votes out there that they can cheat, or they can come up with extra numbers. But as long as you see at least the Republicans are willing to spend multi-billions of dollars trying to get elected, then you know that we still have a amount of freedom in our votes, or legitimacy in our votes. But the day they take off conservative radio, i.e. Steve Summers' Overnight Drive, then I do believe that we're going to be in bad shape. So go vote and listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Stay educated. Other than that, 5-7, we head down our second time down to Savannah, so y'all can have some toilet paper. How about it?
There you go. Fancy you had mentioned conservative radio, because that is in the news this past day. Yeah, One American News' James Myers reporting that the left-leaning billionaire George Soros will be purchasing the second largest radio company in America, according to the court filings and sources close to the situation. The Soros Fund Management has bought up $400 million of debt in Odyssey, which owns over 220 radio stations across the country. Now, according to the Republican insider that spoke to the New York Post, he believes it's possible Soros is buying the stake to help influence public opinion for the months prior to the 2024 presidential election. This is scary, says the source. Sources claim that Soros' stake is equal to close to 40% of the company's senior debt, a high enough percentage that could yield effective control of the media giant when it emerges from bankruptcy. Additionally, Odyssey confirmed the Soros investment after multiple sources confirmed the deal. The decision by our existing and new debt holders to become equity holders in Odyssey represents a significant vote of confidence in our company and the future of the radio and audio business. That was the statement from Odyssey. Meanwhile, a hearing to approve the Odyssey restructuring plan is slated for February 20th in a Houston bankruptcy court. This after the company filed for bankruptcy on January the 7th after compiling $1.9 billion of debt. Under the current Chapter 11 bankruptcy plan for Odyssey, shareholders will have a stake in the company. Shareholders who have a stake in the company will be taken off. Second largest radio ownership in the United States. George Soros. Dan on board. Morning, Dan.
Good morning, Steve. That there's more truth to that with Soros, because the station you were with, what do you call it, terrestrial radio?
Correct. Yes.
There's a station. Yeah, there's a station you may know, 1120 KMOX in St. Louis. They are an Odyssey station, and they dropped the successor show to Rush Limbaugh, which was they had Rush Limbaugh, and then they dropped Clay and Buck's show, and they have taken a very woke leftward turn in the last year. So there's more to that than people may want to recognize. But what I called about was, they talk about this oil record. We're producing record oil. Well, whose records are? I mean, who's giving us those records? Is it this providing that information? Is that the same one that's providing the jobs numbers that they just released last week, and now they've had to come out with 120,000 of those jobs are government jobs, including military? I mean, where are we coming up with those numbers from? I mean, I haven't seen any of the refiners talk about doing refining record amounts of oil. So you understand what I'm saying? When the government comes out with statistics anymore, I don't think most Americans believe it.
Well, I've got the numbers and the report from AAA anyway, but I mean, I don't see in the story where it says if this is from like the Energy Information Administration or where the numbers actually come from. But man, they said that we are producing 13.3 million barrels per day.
Well, are we refilling the strategic oil reserve? Because Biden was taking from that to reduce the price of oil and putting more oil on the market. So then are we refilling that strategic oil reserves? It's whenever under Biden they come out with information, you better double check what they're coming out with. And what I was specifically speaking of too, or comparing it to, is when they come out with these job numbers, and then they have to revise them.
Right.
And I believe they just revised the numbers. Well, the bad part about that is the Federal Reserve uses those job numbers to determine whether or not they're going to lower interest rates. And when they see a robust job numbers like that, well, we're not lowering the interest rates. And that affects the economy. Something's not adding up here. Fred Smith, the founder and CEO of FedEx, had an interview yesterday on Fox News, Brett Baer's show, where he said the economy is not in good shape. And he confirmed that. And that's what I'm hearing from people. I mean, that's what you just got to look around to see, that sales aren't robust like they were. And credit card debt is going through the roof. So there's a disconnect there. And when this call you had from this Sundance come in about record, well, then where's the oil going? It's certainly not staying. Are we exporting more oil now? I think you said that we are. Is that correct?
I'll give you what we have here in a moment, but I don't know. It doesn't say anything about exports. It just says that the United States is now once again the largest oil producer in the world, surpassing Russia's 9.5 million barrels per day, as well as Saudi Arabia's 9.1 million. But both Russia and Saudi Arabia have been cutting their production numbers, trying to, it's the equilibrium on the global scale to keep the prices up. They could be producing more, but they're cutting their production numbers.
Right. Well, of course, all this is being done because of President Trump being the nominee of the Republican Party. And as far as I'm concerned, he's the only one that can save this country. The other thing was that thing in NATO, when you stated that they said that the two largest members of the 11 that are in NATO are
right.
France and Germany. And those are the ones that were not contributing the most to NATO. Those are the two that were behind. I don't know if they're behind or they're not meeting the 2% or 3% of what they should be paying NATO. And I agree with President Trump. I don't see where does our country, as Rand Paul said, we're funding both sides of all these wars. You know, and the one in Israel, we're providing aid to Israel, and then we're turning around and we're rebuilding Gaza. So we're funding. As he said, where does this idea come? The U.S. should be the sugar daddy for the world.
Yep.
And I agree with him wholeheartedly. I mean, we can't continue going down the road we're going. As that Fred Smith said, we're spending more money on interest than we are anything else. And if the dollar ever doesn't become the standard, we've got a problem because we don't have anything to sell or to hawk. I mean, it's a situation where, you know, I think it's drawn the attention of a lot of people. I mean, don't get me wrong. I sometimes don't like what President Trump says. You know what I'm saying? I think he stirs up a hornet's nest when he doesn't have to. But I look at what the man's record was, and I'm hopeful. I think he's the only one that's out there that's willing to get into D.C. and this time he does need to drain the swamp. Doesn't need to attach himself to career politicians like Chris Christie, who was his first transition chief, and people like that. He needs to go outside. We expect more out of him with picks this time.
Yep.
Not that his other picks, especially his judges, were excellent. So, but anyway, I've enjoyed listening to the show. And Steve, at that Mid-America Truck Show, when is that going to be again?
21st, 22nd, 23rd of March. If my dates are correct, that's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yes, 21 to the 23rd.
Not on Sunday, but on Saturday.
Correct. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're coming. I know that you kind of look at that. You said to somebody you didn't have to remind me. You know what I'm saying? So
it's such a busy weekend. I mean, I'm pretty much, you know, they line up the interviews, and I'm kind of attached to the booth, and you barely get an opportunity to get out and get a smoke break, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know what you mean there. I mean, I know people that go through that, but I mean, I know what you're saying is you go to these shows and it throws your whole week rhythm off, you know.
Sure.
I don't know if you're expected to be back on Sunday night then, but, you know, it's a time that I can see where they're needed, and I appreciate you coming. But you probably don't even have time to talk to a lot of people at the. So
that is correct.
And meet people that
yep.
That you're listening. But well, listen, you have a good evening, and I will look forward to listening to the show the rest of the week.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Have a great morning. All right. I saved this from last week. All right. It was the chart of the day, as they called it, from Y Charts, showing U.S. oil production surged to a new record high, 13.3 million barrels a day last week. So that had been week before last. Prior record was 13.2 million barrels hit in November. It's above the pre-pandemic high of 13.1 million barrels in February of 2020. America's steady rise in production has helped put a cap on prices, with the commodity down 8% year to date, even amid the flare-up in tensions in the Middle East. That's good news for drivers. The average price of gas has been falling. Now, again, that was as of last week. We saw a big jump in the numbers. Diesel prices up 20-something cents a gallon, according to the Energy Information Administration just last week. Who was it earlier? Heatwave said he saw a nearly $1 per gallon jump. Yeah, it changes from day to day. They go on. The U.S. is the largest producer in the world, now surpassing Russia's 9.5 million per day, and well ahead of Saudi Arabia's 9.1 million per day. Now, this I did find interesting. What is maybe most impressive about the surge in production is the fact that the weekly U.S. oil rig count is way below the peak we had back in 2014 when we had more than 1,600 rigs producing oil in this country. There were just 501 active oil rigs in the U.S. last week. I mean, a nearly 70% decline from the peak in 2014. Now, they're saying that shows just how efficient the energy industry has become after a period of depressed oil prices, 2014 through 2021. I guess they're continuing to better the technology of the fracking, being able to get more oil out of the ground from a individual well than we've ever been able to before. But yeah, at one point in time we had 1,600 active rigs, just 501 right now. Crude production is cyclical, but over the last decade and a half, it has registered a strong uptrend relative to operating rigs or employment in the industry, a powerful form of technological progress and productivity growth. So said the Comerica Bank chief economist. There are plenty of economic benefits to America as it consistently, well, maybe this answers Dan's question, as it consistently becomes a net exporter of crude oil. Adams highlighted it makes America's economy more resilient and reduces the chance of a recession in 2024. It also reduces the risk of 1970s style stagflation, which was in part driven by oil supply shocks. Rising energy output will be a tailwind to real GDP growth in the fourth quarter of 23 and will contribute to lower risk of U.S. recession in 2024, says Adams. So that's the numbers. Where they come from, it is 844-844-3388. Real quick, before we get back to your calls, the Eagle wants to finish up his conversation. We lost his connection earlier. Gilligan is on board, and it's 844-844-3388. The owner of an Ohio trucking company pleading guilty in federal court to wire fraud, admitting his role in a scheme to overbill shippers and consolidate shipments headed for Amazon warehouses and Bath and Body Works stores. The fraud cost the companies hundreds of thousands of dollars. 48-year-old Gurtej Singh pleaded guilty to one count of wire fraud in the district court for the Southern District of Ohio. According to the court documents, Singh admitted to covertly opening sealed truck trailers, removing goods. He and others illegally consolidated loads to save on delivery cost and failed to deliver many of the products to their final destinations. Singh worked from April of 2018 to December of 19 as a warehouse manager at Cargo Solutions Express Company, Columbus, Ohio. He later formed and managed 3 trucking companies that operated from January of 2020 to May of 22. Federal prosecutors allege Singh lied to the FMCSA on his application for a Bular Transport about his affiliation with Roadhawk Transportation and Showtime Carrier. Singh's trucking companies were affiliated with at least 10 other motor carriers that shared common owners, employees, drivers, and equipment. But he contracted with shippers and brokers to transport full truckloads, meaning the cargo could not be consolidated with other loads and other trailers. They were not supposed to be open during transit. All right, news break time.
USA News Update. House Intelligence Committee Chair Mike Turner calling on President Biden to declassify information relating to a specific foreign threat that Congress had recently been made aware of.
We scheduled a briefing for the 4 House members of the Gang of Eight tomorrow. That's been on the books. So I am a bit surprised that Congressman Turner came out publicly today in advance of a meeting on the books.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says he had a planned meeting with Congressman Turner and other congressional leaders later this week. House Speaker Mike Johnson asserts that last week's Justice Department report on President Biden's handling of classified documents indicates his incapacity to lead. The special counsel described Biden as an elderly man with poor memory. Despite demands from Republicans, the White House confirmed that Biden will not undergo a cognitive assessment. And Mitch McConnell's sister-in-law, Angela Chow, has passed away at 50 following a car accident. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Did we lose connection on the app briefly there? Should be back up and running. Just looked up at the screen there. Saw a lot of folks were tuning away. Some jumping over to the Facebook page. Didn't know what happened there. Hey, speaking of the Facebook page, have you entered your chance to win the Big Rig Duo Pack from Hot Shot Secret? All you got to do, go to the Facebook. You can search the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and then just comment Hot Shot Secret. It's that simple. Each winner, which will announce our first winner Friday morning. It's the Big Rig Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. It's a $200 value, and it's that simple. Learn more, overnightdriveradio.com. There you go. Eagle, back to finish up his conversation there. We lost connection earlier. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what happened to the phone. But yeah, Steve, I checked the weather after I talked to you on Daytona, and yeah, you was pretty much right about what's going on with the weather. But yeah, I called up my boss man, and he told me, he said maybe if they do reschedule the race to Monday, he said that I might be able to stay. You know, I hate to drive all the way down to Daytona and then can't watch the race. So he said,
right.
I might be able to still be able to, if, you know, hopefully if they postpone it to Monday, I'll be able to watch it. So we'll see what happens. But hopefully they'll be able to get it run on Sunday. That's what I'm hoping for. So, you know, we'll see what happens. They got lights, so they might have to run it at nighttime. You never know. They can run at night. So we'll see how it goes, you know, with the weather and everything in the next couple of days. Yeah, sometimes, you know, I don't know if you ever heard of a racing vortex before, Steve. They said, you know, when the cars go around in circles, they've shown that it keeps the rain away. I've seen races on TV. I don't know if you ever heard of that, but they're saying that when the cars, it can cause the rainstorm to move on to another location. But,
okay, that's weird.
Yeah. I've heard, seen it before at races, so maybe that might happen. We'll see. Well, like I said, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, they'll be able to get it in. But yeah, Steve, I want to go back and talk about this situation that you and Grump talked about earlier tonight with these illegals. We got a very dangerous situation going on right now, Steve. We have, you listed off some of the most dangerous street gangs in Venezuela have now made their way into New York City. And they're wreaking havoc on the city of New York, as you can clearly see when they beat the hell out of that police officer a week or so ago, and all the robberies and all the other thefts and crimes that these people are committing. Joe Biden has made a very bad mistake, Steve, because these gangs are a criminal organization. I told you this months ago, Steve. We have enough criminals in America without importing it, without bringing more in. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. It almost seems like we're in a bad nightmare, Steve, and we might wake up in the morning and it might not be true, because the U.S. government or whoever's running this country right now, because it ain't that loser, whoever has to be one of the stupidest individuals that's ever been in charge of things, Steve. How can you allow dangerous individuals like this? I've already told you about what happened down in Texas months ago. They've already had 2 young girls get killed in Houston, Texas, by illegals that killed. Girls would be alive right now if that man wouldn't have been allowed in the country. This makes absolutely no sense for this to continue, Steve. We have a very dangerous situation. These people don't give a damn about the law. They don't care nothing about. If they put their hands on a police officer, like I told you last week, Steve, you know damn well they'll put their hands on the average everyday citizen.
Absolutely.
This is outrageous, Steve. Everybody's women and kids, women and daughter, people with women and kids, They ought to be afraid in New York City, Chicago, where they're relocating these people. This is absurd. Joe Biden, he ought to be ashamed of himself. I don't even see how he can look himself in the mirror at this point, Steve. It's really gotten that to be that. And for this press secretary to come on television every day and say that the border is secure and that they're doing everything they can, but the Republicans are holding up the show because they won't give them the money that they want. That's a bold-faced lie. All Joe Biden had to do, Steve, even a 5-year-old could figure this out. All he had to do was keep the same deal that Donald Trump had implemented while he was in the White House. And guess what? We wouldn't have 20 million people in the country illegally right now. That's all Joe Biden had to do. He didn't have to do nothing extra. He could have done the same. All he had to do was keep the same deal that Donald Trump had going on, and we wouldn't have this problem right now. So they can try to put the blame on Trump all they want. And anybody in their right mind know that Donald Trump is not the reason why we have 20 million people in this country illegally. If you think if people think Trump is responsible for that, I don't even want to waste my time talking to an individual like that. But here's what really frustrates me the most, Steve, is that this Mayorkas guy, I know it's not going to go nowhere. It should go somewhere. He got impeached, and the hell with the Senate. I say, get this guy out of the job. I'm fed up with him. He hasn't done absolutely nothing for 3 years. I know this is a shame that this man is still collecting a paycheck. My money and your money is going to pay this guy to not do his job and to allow this country to be infiltrated with some of the most dangerous individuals that we've ever seen step foot into the United States. And it's all going to come back to hurt us real bad. So here's what's going to happen, Steve, because this is the same thing that happened to George Bush when he was in the White House. See, what's going to happen is if Trump was to take over, see, all these people are already in the country. If they don't have an attack while Biden is in, they're going to have an attack while Trump is in. Trump is in the White House, and guess who's going to get blamed for it? Donald Trump, because he's the president.
Right.
But Donald Trump is not to blame because Biden's the one who let him in, the same way Bill Clinton let the Osama bin Laden run loose, and then when bin Laden knocked the Twin Towers down in 2001, George Bush just happened to be in the White House, and he took the blame for it. But anybody in their right mind that knows anything knows that Mr. Bill Clinton is responsible for that. So that's probably what's going to go down with Donald Trump. But I'm not gonna blame Trump for nothing if a terrorist attack occurs under his watch, because I know who to blame, because Donald Trump did everything he could to secure this border and keep these people out of the country, and Biden did everything he could to turn everything around and turn us into the laughing stock of the whole world. And by the way, Steve, I like for somebody, since Joe Biden say he ain't got mental problems, since he say his mind is okay, that Mexico is, and see what he tell you. He'll say it's a man named Sisi, and I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, well, we talked earlier about the MS-13. Yes, they're coming in. The Venezuelan gangs, they're coming in. And we've also talked about the number of Chinese coming in. Now, a new report from this past day. California Border Patrol agents arrested more than 200 Chinese immigrants attempting to illegally enter the United States through San Diego on Monday. 200 in one day. A total of 269 Chinese were arrested in California in that one day. 200 were the San Diego sector. This number highlights an escalation in immigrants attempting to enter the U.S. from China, raising fears over the country's influence in the states. Some national security experts voicing concerns that the Chinese government could actually be sneaking spies into the country via illegal immigration. Others have claimed it would be an unusual method for China, which has historically used Chinese citizens in the U.S. through visas to steal state secrets. Former Assistant Secretary of State Michael Thoren Bond said using illegal border crossings would be unusual for China, but admitted Yeah, that China's refusal to take back its own citizens is also odd. It would be a pretty random way to place your agents, Bond said. But the arrest put fiscal year 2024 on the path to surpass the Chinese arrest last year, which, by the way, in 2023, 37,000 Chinese. But there have already been 20,000 this current fiscal year. Now, you look back in 2021, the total number of Chinese interactions with borders and custom protection was 451. There is a dramatic upsurge. This sudden spike could come from Chinese nationals fleeing the communist state, maybe because of President Xi Jinping's repressive political culture, an economic slug in the country. It could be the draconian COVID-19 restrictions that they had in place. But, hey, you're grasping at straws there. You're guessing. Gilligan on a Thursday. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. I thank you for taking my call. I think it was Pappy brought this up. If I'm not mistaken, you don't get out of China unless you've got the government's okay. I mean, I don't think they can freely travel, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct on that? Or
I believe that's I mean, not to the tune of this 30, 40,000. I mean, yeah, I mean, the numbers are growing off the charts. 269 one day, California.
Exactly.
That's this week.
It's amazing. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to disagree with Jolly Green from last night. He's saying China is not the threat. China is not the threat. You look at how many industries in this country that has been bought up by, quote, Chinese-owned companies. Well, or the amount of farmland bought up in this country. You know, China is a total different thing. That's a communist country. These businesses are controlled by the Communist Party, the government of China. Also, he brought up that Russia was not a threat. I guess he'd forgot about the fact that Russia was working with the Syrians. Russia has been working with the Iranians. Russia has been very instrumental in the people attacking us, very helpful to them in the Middle East. Also, if you read in Revelations, I'm surprised that Rambler didn't bring this up. They talk about the great army of the north and Armageddon. Well, you look at the map, you go due north of where Armageddon is supposed to happen, there's that huge piece of land to the north, and it is Russia. You know, it's going to be a great army. That's where it's got to be for the sheer numbers in Russia. You know, it's amazing how big a threat Russia really is. I mean, we've had situations, with Putin, like he said, he wanted to join NATO, but you never know what Putin has up his sleeve.
Right.
You know, you just don't know. Putin is a former KGB man. I mean, they are as slick as they come. You know, the KGB was about as powerful as far as the spy side of things as the German Gestapo. The Nazi Gestapo was one of the greatest spy groups ever in the history of mankind. I believe second only to the Israeli Mossad. You know, the Mossad is it's amazing what the Mossad has been is capable of. You're not dealing with just normal people there. Yeah. Also, you were talking about the MS-13 gang members coming into this country and the problems they're having in New York City. As small a city as Winchester, Virginia is, which many of your listeners know, I live within 20 minutes of the city limits. It's a city of, last I checked, I think it's like 26,000 people according to the 2020 census. We have had a serious MS-13 problem in the city of Winchester for a number of years. MS-13's been in this country for many years. It's just, I'm not familiar with the Venezuelan gang you're talking about. I've heard there's Venezuelan gangs and stuff, and they are even more vicious than what the MS-13s are. From what I've heard, and I've had, this is multiple sources, MS-13, their initiation is they must rape and kill a woman. That's what I was told the initiation is. I've talked to prison guards that when the MS-13 gang members go to prison, they do everything they can to cover up their tattoos and stuff, because they are the ones targeted by the other gang members, you know, the Bloods, the Crips, or whatever. I know there's two of the big ones for many, many years, you know. It's just, you know, I mean, people don't think MS-13 is that powerful. Well, yes, it is. I've said before, when I'm not in this truck, I carry a gun with me. I mean, I've carried a handgun for many years. I've had years of different training. I do not have the extensive training that Grump or some of your other listeners have. Don't get me wrong, but I was in the Army. I've been through armed security classes. I've been through concealed carry, a couple of concealed carry classes, and that sort of thing, you know. And I grew up, you know, hunting as a young man. I still hunt today, you know. Something else. I hate this. I'm pulling a horse feathers on you, Steve. There was something, well, talking about, Sundance was talking about the figures. I still say, I'm going to say this on the air, I put it on the messenger, that Sundance, when he gets to talking about the percentage and all that, he sounds like Boss Hogg from Dukes of Hazzard. You remember when he'd be telling Roscoe, you'll get 50%, a 50%, a 50%. And if you do real well, I'll throw in another 50%. Ooh, I like, and Roscoe, ooh, that's so good, a loss. You know, that's about what Sundance is beginning to sound more and more like. I have a feeling a lot of your listeners will agree with me. I mean, I've never been an owner-operator. I know the basics of it like any driver that's been out here for many years, but to actually do the books, I've never done it, so I cannot say that I can do it, you know, but I know the basics of it. I know the basics of business. All right. Well, that's about all I got for now, Steve, but I will say this. Charlie's thinking on coming on tomorrow night. This is Casual Friday, and introduce our latest product, the GMA&B Enterprises.
Yeah.
Stay tuned, folks.
That'll be a doozy. All right, about 8 before the hour. Giving you an update on Mayorkas here. Now, let me start, though, with the state of Tennessee, where you've got Representative Mark Green. He was one of the keys to getting this impeachment of Mayorkas initiated, I guess I'd say. One day after being a key figure in the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, Mark Green of Tennessee announced his retirement. Said he's not going to run for re-election. Today, with the House having passed H.R. 2 and Secretary Mayorkas impeached, it's time for me to return home, he says. Now, what he's really talking about is the system is so broke in D.C. that he said he's done with it. He oversaw the months-long investigation into Mayorkas and Mayorkas' policies that have allowed over 6, 8, however many million border crosses since Biden took office. Green and his panel concluded Mayorkas had engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors, specifically his willful, systemic refusal to comply with the laws of the United States and his breach of the public trust. Our country and our Congress is broken beyond most means of repair, he said. I've come to realize our fight is not here within Washington. Our fight is with Washington. As I've done my entire life, I'll continue serving this country, but in a new capacity. In an interview last month, Green called the Senate bill permitting 5,000 illegals a day to be legally let in before they're going to shut these. He said that was absolutely absurd. I'm the chair of Homeland Security in the House. That's dead on arrival. Now, Green entered Congress in 2018 from the 7th Congressional District of Tennessee, which represents a good portion of the Nashville area. But now that the impeachment has been forwarded, it goes to the Senate, right? Now you have to have a Senate trial. And word, not surprisingly, the Democrat-led Senate is seeking a speedy trial. Senate leaders want to prevent House managers who will act as prosecutors from turning this into a political spectacle, according to the New York Times yesterday. The impeachment, we've already shared the 2 articles of impeachment. I broke those down. Chuck Schumer has not yet determined how to facilitate a speedy trial, citing people familiar with the continuing discussions. The House is expected to deliver the charges on February 28th. Schumer is hoping to have the matter resolved in a matter of days. I mean, get her done. Only one cabinet official has been impeached before Mayorkas. Secretary of War William Belcamp in 1876. Belcamp actually resigned before he was acquitted in a Senate trial back then. Senate leaders are hoping there's enough Democrat anger and exasperation among Republicans with the way Mayorkas' impeachment was managed to swiftly exonerate him, either by throwing out the charges or by moving to bring the proceedings to an early close. The odds of Mayorkas being convicted, obviously, slim to none, which I would say none. At least 18 Democrats would have to join all 49 Republicans to reach the 2/3 threshold. It's not going to happen. Under the Constitution, the Senate must consider impeachment charges approved by the House. That means a trial. They can't say there's not going to be a trial. With senators sworn in as jurors once the articles are delivered. There are many options, though, for how to proceed from there. A full trial is not required. Senate leaders can implement their own rules for how to conduct the proceedings. In most modern impeachments, that's included a chance for any senator to move to dismiss the charges, which would need a simple majority to do so. Now, having seen this for the first time here, who has the majority in the Senate, folks? One senator can make a move to dismiss the charges. Simple majority, and it's over. Now, of course, House Republicans are seeking a full trial. But I can almost assure you, once these articles are presented in the Senate, I'd venture to say on day one, someone will move to dismiss. Senate majority, simple majority, and it's over with.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. At least one person is dead and several others injured after shots were fired near Union Station, where crowds had gathered to celebrate the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl win. 2 armed people were taken into custody. Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves says officers responded quickly.
This is not Kansas City. I'm angered by what happened, but I want you to know that the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and all the law enforcement officers that were there today, that were serving and protecting, did the best that they could, and I'm so proud of them that they ran into danger, getting 2 people into custody, and at the same time rendering life-sustaining aid to those victims.
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner of Ohio is calling on President Biden to declassify information relating to a specific foreign threat that Congress has recently been made aware of. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says he has a planned meeting with Congressman Turner and other congressional leaders later this week.
We scheduled a briefing for the 4 House members of the Gang of 8. That's been on the books. So I am a bit surprised that Congressman Turner came out publicly in advance of a meeting on the books.
The judge presiding over Donald Trump's Georgia election interference case will decide on Thursday whether to remove District Attorney Fani Willis. One of Trump's co-defendants argued that Willis should be disqualified because of her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. According to Georgia State Law Professor Clark Cunningham, this issue could prolong the proceedings.
I think what we're looking at is a kind of a mini trial on the Fani Willis Nathan Wade affair, and that mini trial is going to go on for a heck of a long time. It's not going to be resolved anything like February 15th.
Willis is accused of financially benefiting from hiring Wade for $650,000. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
FBI Director Christopher Wray is spending some time in Israel meeting with his counterparts. This is Wray's first visit since the October 7th attacks by the Hamas terrorist group. Wray speaking about the war between Israel and Hamas, as well as threats the United States is facing in the region.
We've seen a really rogues gallery of foreign terrorist organizations both express support and praise for the Hamas attacks and threaten to attack U.S. interests at home and abroad.
Drivers for rideshare and delivery companies such as Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash are going on strike across the country, demanding better pay and fair treatment. Lyft CEO David Risher telling Fox Business his company has already been taking steps to become more transparent and meet the demands of these drivers.
The strikes, of course, have been planned for weeks, maybe months. But just last week, we put out a new release that guarantees that drivers will always make a minimum of 70% of what riders pay after fees.
The college football playoff will remain on ESPN for the foreseeable future. The CFP agreeing to a new rights deal with ESPN on Tuesday. The network will exclusively broadcast the new 12-team tournament until at least 2031. The new deal kicks in before the 2026 season and is worth $7.8 billion over 6 years. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. Get that final hour underway. Thursday, 15th of February. We are back. We start off with a couple of industry headlines to get the hour underway. The autonomous vehicle technology company Waymo has issued a voluntary recall after a pair of crashes that occurred in Phoenix in December. Wednesday, February 14, Valentine's Day, Waymo filed a recall report with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration for autonomous vehicle software that was in use in the company's fleet of cars late last year. In response to crashes involving the self-driving Waymo vehicles that occurred in Phoenix on December 11. Waymo described those crashes in a post this past day, stating, on December 11, 2023, in Phoenix, a Waymo vehicle made contact with a backwards-facing pickup truck being improperly towed ahead of the Waymo vehicle such that the pickup truck was persistently angled across a center turn lane and a traffic lane. Following contact, the tow truck and towed pickup did not pull over or stop traveling. And a few minutes later, another Waymo vehicle made contact with the same pickup truck while it was being towed in the same manner. Neither Waymo vehicle was transporting riders at the time in this unusual scenario. It resulted in no injuries and minor vehicle damage. After the crashes, Waymo informed the Phoenix Police and the Department of Public Safety and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. They say they have updated their software to address the issue between December 20th of last year and January 12 of this year. They said simply, the voluntary recall reflects how serious we take our responsibility to safely deploy our technology and to transparently communicate with the public. Under the sleep apnea headline, for years and years, we know many truckers deal with sleep apnea. There are many that you may have never been tested. You may not even be aware that you may suffer from sleep apnea. That might be changing. A popular smartwatch manufacturer announced that their sleep apnea detection feature has received approval from the Food and Drug Administration. On February 10 of this year, Samsung Electronics announced that a sleep apnea symptom detector available on the Samsung Galaxy Watch and phone is officially approved by the FDA. The sleep apnea feature enables users over the age of 22 who have not been diagnosed with sleep apnea to detect signs of moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea over a 2-night monitoring period. A common and chronic sleep condition that often goes undiagnosed and untreated. To utilize the feature, users can simply track their sleep twice for more than 4 hours within a 10-day period. Samsung says the Samsung Galaxy watches equipped with the sleep apnea feature will be available to U.S. consumers in the third quarter of this year, so it's not even on the market yet. Mashable reports that Apple watches may also soon be getting sleep apnea detection, a feature to their watch soon. Now, in the trucking industry, this could be significant, as nearly 1/3 of truck drivers suffer from the condition, according to the FMCSA. Their numbers say 28% of commercial truck drivers suffer from anywhere from mild to severe sleep apnea. Okay, Knucklebuster gets it underway here. What's going on this morning? Hello, Knucklebuster, something. Try to check on your phone, see what's going on. Nope. Yeah, that ain't working. Something wrong with the headset or something there, Knucklebuster. I don't know. Maybe dial us back up. Hopefully it's not. It ain't on my end, is it, Horse Feathers?
No, I couldn't hear anything from him there, so I don't know what he had going on. I could hear just a little bit of screeching in the back.
Little muffled, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, I wasn't even muffled. It couldn't even. It was just kind of like a squeaking chatter. It wasn't even legible to even recognize. So, anyways, so what happened to this weather forecast there? Your predictor of predictions there, Mister. What's that groundhog done to us here this year?
You mean winter? Winter coming back?
Yeah. All this stuff coming Friday, Saturday now. All of a sudden, there's another. They're talking there could be another 3 to 6 inches of snow here by Saturday morning.
Right.
And that's all new from a couple days ago. A couple days ago, there was a 20% chance of probably nothing. And so, I don't know. And then I hear some weather predictor there. I think it was through the news there. The guy said that there's like guaranteed if it rains, you're going to get wet.
Okay.
I think that's what the guy said. It's like, well, yeah.
You
that
think?
Was one of them West Coast people, one of them fruits and nuts out there. He said that if it rains, you're going to get wet. I'm like, well, that's a good weather prediction. He might actually be correct on that one. We'll have to check into that to see if there's a dry rain maybe that you don't get wet with. But you can't make this stuff up, Your Honor. But anyway, so I don't know. Where can we go here this morning? You're talking a little bit about space stuff and Russia and that. Did you hear there's some deal that the Russians are supposed to have some weapon or something to be sending out in outer space or something?
Well, yeah, that's
that we have to keep track of.
That's one of the rumors. I mean, we don't know definitively if that's what Mr. Turner of Ohio was alluding to yesterday. Yeah, that was one report that's what he was talking about. The other is another. Former security official saying that he believes it has something to do with Iranians making their way into the country, planning on something. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's
so since we've had this president in office, we haven't heard much about the Space Force. How is our Space Force doing? Are they all up to date? Do they have space shuttles and everything they need to be out there to, fend off Darth Vader, or where are we at with this?
They
haven't heard much about that.
Space Force had a top secret launch yesterday. SpaceX handled the launch, but we don't know. All we know is it was for Space Force, but it was a secret mission. That was yesterday.
All right. Well, maybe they're in with Dr. Evil, and they have I'm doing the quotation marks, laser or something.
Right.
So we'll have to. Yeah. Did you see? I did the quotation marks. I actually got my hand because I'm standing out getting
hand quotes.
Right,
yes. So. Or $1 billion billion dollars.
That's right. Yep. I don't know. Where else can we go with all this? I don't even know at this point. This whole thing's just so far off the rails that I don't blame that representative for leaving. Of course, that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to go there, be there for a few years, maybe be on a committee, do their job, and go on and let somebody else come in. But the problem is when you let somebody else come in, you got to make sure that when you vacate your seat, that if you need a Republican to replace you, you got a Republican to replace you. And you don't have the deal in New York happen there where they got rid of the Republican because they had to get rid of the Republican, but they didn't make sure they had one to come in behind them, so that they lost the seat. So going to make things a little tighter there for the way things go. And I'm not surprised that Schumer's found his way to have an out to get out of the whole deal there for the impeachment in my orchard.
I mean, I'm thinking surely the House members have to be aware of the technicalities here, which I'm not a member of the House. Until I shared that, I wasn't aware. If all you have to have is one senator suggest dismissing and get a simple majority, they've got a majority of two. I think is it 52 to 48, or so they've got the majority.
Well, even if it goes 50-50, they have the majority because who's the tiebreaker for the Senate?
Yep.
There you go. So
it's going
49,
nowhere.
49 or nope. It was. We all knew it was over and done. It's just a blemish on the record.
Yep, formality.
And it's the same as what the Democrats did to Donald Trump, is just to put the blemish on the record, to have it there, and then hopefully when it comes back around, maybe, I don't know.
Well,
he'll still get all his benefits and his retirement and all that. They won't ever get away from that, and he'll always be able to say he did the job. And so I don't know. It's just the typical swamp over and over again. You can't as a representative going back to Tennessee says, the only thing you can do is go home and hopefully fight it from home. So I guess everybody's got to pick up, pitchforks, and what was the other device, and maybe make a circle around Washington.
Yeah, right.
But speaking of that, you're talking about the shooting out there in Kansas City there for the Chiefs, which is another terrible thing that we have going on here. But there was a warrant that was supposed to be turned out in Washington, D.C. there by the Capitol Police, and they were involved in a shooting because of that. And there was somebody on the news they were talking with, and I don't know what their whole status was or reason for, but they got talking about the amount of police and the amount of police that are missing from the Washington area and everything, and even all the way across the country. And somebody says, well, we just need to have more police officers. Now, wasn't it just a couple of years ago we had this whole George Floyd thing and that whole deal out there on the West Coast with the storming of the sacking of the police station, and every city they were painting on the streets, defund the police? What? Now they want more police because bad things are happening? I don't understand, Your Honor. How can you be one time saying defund all the police and now complain you don't have any police?
Well, because once you defund them and you see what happens in the streets, the reality sets in like, holy smoke, what have we done?
But nobody's saying that, well, we made the mistake of defunding the police. They're just saying, well, you guys don't have enough police now to protect us. But nobody's saying that they were the reason, the reason saying they didn't want the police. Nobody's saying that. Everybody's just saying, well, we don't have enough police now. Well, they're not saying the reason why. So anyway, I don't know. As I say, you can't make all this crap up. And Grump's had a pretty good couple calls there, and I guess I got to go back. I was unloading when Sundance made his call, so apparently I missed something entertaining. So I'll have to go back and check that out.
Oh, that was just was a math lesson that we've heard before, which we didn't really understand.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Sundance math is that what they call that new math? Is that what that is? That new math that we're all supposed to learn? We've never figured out new math yet. But yeah. Everybody's going to get $20 an hour for every hour they're out, and everybody's you'll be able to eat rainbow stew and drink unicorn farts or something, right?
That would be it. All right. Well, Horse Feathers, thank you much. Now, what he mentioned there, the unintended consequences. Well, you can't say you weren't forewarned about defunding the police. Sensible people knew what would happen. Yeah, the insane premise of we're not going to hire more officers, we're going to hire counselors. People to come out and let's just talk with these individuals. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work. Yes, the lack of police, law enforcement all over the country, taking more of a hands-off approach. Yeah, how many departments have now implemented you're not allowed to pursue. You're not allowed to do a vehicle pursuit. I think Chicago even passed, unless you get higher up approval, you may have actually witnessed a crime, a law enforcement officer. If the individual's running, you're not even allowed a damn foot pursuit. What kind of a brilliant idea is that? Kind of couples with many cities around the country, sanctuary cities that are now coming to the stark realization that being a sanctuary city may not have been such a good idea after all. San Francisco, for example, last year, San Francisco news station reported San Francisco is rethinking its sanctuary city status as fentanyl continues to kill a staggering number of overdose victims. Investigators believe a significant percentage of people selling drugs in San Francisco, as many as half, are actually illegal immigrants. It is time to withdraw the protection of sanctuary from undocumented immigrants trafficking fentanyl in our streets. Supervisor Matt Dorsey said Dorsey's proposing legislation to change San Francisco's sanctuary city policies to exclude undocumented immigrants who are arrested for dealing the powerful opioid. The legislation would deny sanctuary to adults who have been convicted of a fentanyl dealing felony within the past 7 years and rearrested for another fentanyl dealing crime or violent felony crime. The burden of illegal immigration. Obviously, we know it's being felt in New York City, another once proud sanctuary outpost. Earlier this month, the former lieutenant governor of New York penned an article in the New York Post stating New York City's migrant crisis has hit a new level of madness. Free rooms, meals to thugs who are robbing us. 32-year-old Maria Manura, who's been arrested at least 8 times in the 6 months since she's arrived from Venezuela, is now living in the Row New York City hotel. Once hailed for its unbeatable Times Square location and front row view of the theater district. Now it is drug-infested and violent, but still cost taxpayers $500 a night for each of the 1,300 rooms given to these migrants. Oh, Menorah was busted again last week for snatching a woman's cell phone on the number 6 train. She was charged with grand larceny, resisting arrest, but instead of locking her up, Judge Jay Weiner granted supervised release, likely in time for her to make it back to the hotel, and another prepared meal paid for by me and you. This is sick. Migrants like Menorah who rack up clashes with police should be ineligible for the city's largesse, handing out hotel rooms and free meals to repeat thugs makes it easier for them to commit crimes and makes us patsies. The Democrat Party is turning New York City into a Shangri-La for international theft rings and migrants here to rob and burglarize. The taxpayers foot the bill for the thieves' hotel accommodations plus 3 meals a day. A long list of other benefits, even free bus tickets if they have to skip town in a hurry. If you're a criminal, what the hell is not to like? We reported just last week where Mayor Adams inked contracts for $137 million for more hotel rooms for migrants and announced we're going to start handing out debit cards worth up to $1,000 a month for families of 4. That gives migrants the same purchasing power as actual low-income New Yorkers who are here legally. Oh, but the migrants have to sign an affidavit promising they will not spend those funds on anything but food and baby supplies. I promise. That's a joke, but there's nothing funny about an invasion of career criminals posing as asylum seekers. New York, well, we used to have a heart, but it's time that New York used its brain. Unintended consequences. Hey, we told you so. Wake up, America. It is 844-844-3388. All right, did you tune in and actually at one point finally you watched the entire Tucker Carlson interview of Vladimir Putin? I guess Vladimir was not all that impressed with Tucker's interview. He said he was kind of surprised by the lack of sharp questions. That I guess Tucker made it easy on him. Putin spoke to a Russian television interviewer this past day, said he wanted Carlson to be more aggressive, which would have given him the right to reply just as pointedly, as he put it. To be honest, I thought he would have been behave aggressively and ask so-called sharp questions. I was just not prepared for this. I wanted it because it would give me the opportunity to respond in the same way. Essentially, if you tuned in, Putin subjected Carlson to about a half-hour lecture on history initially. But he told his Russian interviewer he was surprised that Carlson didn't interrupt him more. Frankly, I did not get full satisfaction from this interview, he says. The Kremlin said Putin had agreed to the Carlson interview because the approach of the former Fox News host differed from the one-sided reporting of the Ukraine conflict by a number of mainstream media outlets here in the USA. Pappy and I had that conversation last evening about after the interview. Some of us kind of wondering how sincere is Putin honest? Can you trust anything he says? Have we been duped? Glenn Beck kind of addressed that on his program yesterday, to which he says, don't buy into this Vladimir Putin scenario that they are not our enemy. Because that's kind of the way Putin tried to make it sound like we're not really your enemy. It's you guys. It's all because of the U.S. leadership. It's your CIA. And all right, back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The House Intelligence Committee has raised concerns about a significant national security risk reportedly linked to advancing Russian space technology. Ohio Republican Mike Turner stated that his committee has shared details about the threat with fellow members of Congress. He has urged President Biden to declassify the information. The White House believes the House would approve military aid for Ukraine and Israel if it were brought to a vote.
We cannot afford to wait any longer. Every day comes at a cost to the people of Ukraine and to the national security interests of the United States of America.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Republican Speaker Mike Johnson's refusing to schedule a vote on the bipartisan bill. This week, Judge Arthur Engoron, presiding over the New York State civil fraud trial involving the Trump Organization, Donald Trump, and his sons, will announce the verdict on damages. That decision will be delivered on Friday. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
On up in the Northeast, the mayor of Providence says the city's roads are falling apart as tractor trailers cut through the city due to the Washington Bridge closure. The westbound side of the Washington Bridge in Rhode Island was suddenly shut down back in December due to what was described as a critical failure. Several original bridge components. As the closure continues, traffic from I-195 is being detoured through East Providence, then through Providence and back to the interstate. Months later now, the city's still seeing tractor trailers cutting through the city at a rate that the streets were not designed to withstand. One of the recent frustrations is you still have 18-wheelers, tractor trailers, who don't need to be in Providence, that are crossing through doing real harm to the city streets, which is the ripple effect of this closure that's impacting us every day, according to the mayor. Our roads are falling apart. The infrastructure was not built for interstate highway traffic to be running through the local city streets. Now, they say while the mayor cannot legally ban the trucks from the city streets, he's urging state and federal officials who can to do so. Over the weekend, Gano Street was temporarily closed as the city made necessary repairs to a retaining wall there. During the closure, the mayor said that the issue of trucks driving unnecessarily through the city has made even more obvious. The Gano Street over the weekend ratcheted that up a little bit. And that's when we ask that trucks, unless you're making a local delivery, to not be allowed to travel through the detour route. If you're an 18-wheeler trying to get from Massachusetts to Connecticut, there's no reason for you to detour down Angel Street and down Gano Street. It's tearing our streets apart. And we're having to make emergency repairs. All we know at this point, a few days ago, they're saying the repairs of that Washington Bridge are expected to take a year or two, according to the Federal Highway Administration. A year or two. Okay, well, let's give it a take two here. See if Knucklebuster's got a better connection. Let's try it again, Knucklebuster. And I presume that would be a no? No to Knucklebuster. All right, 5-7. Yeah, welcome back.
I'm sorry to do this, but I get so aggravated to listen to my fellow conservatives want to swallow defeat in the middle of a victory. I don't know anybody that did not know we do not have the Senate. We do know that whatever they do, when they send this impeachment up there, it's not going to go anywhere. But they're using the power, finally. The Republicans there in the House are using all and every bit of the power they got to take care of the business. Get it on record, send it on up, and when you send it up to the Senate and they bury it, it gives our friendlies, I know this is politics, but it gives our friendlies during this election year to say, hey, we did everything in our power. The people we sent it to, even that guy in New York that took over that New York seat, ran on controlling the border. And he clearly stated it's the Republicans' fault. They didn't sign into the agreement. Well, guess what? 5,000 a day coming into Texas. It's still going to flood the city. They're still going to put them on the bus and be knocking on his door and say, all right, we voted you in. We're still getting flooded in the city. They're coming in and breaking into our houses and raping our women and stealing our stuff. what did you do? And you got to give them and talk about a blemish on the record, Trump, because Trump got impeached. Hey, the P-tapes, Hillary Clinton corrupted a FBI, and they impeached Trump once. The phony was supposed, Adam Schiff put out to the American people, lying to Congress. All right, I'll hold up Trump, Mayorkas and his crimes, and all these fentanyl deaths in this country, the rape and child trafficking, and the 8 to 10 million illegals storming our country, and possibly pretty soon right on up. So I can defend what the Republicans are doing right now, and I'll just joyfully challenge anybody that wants to challenge this.
But the problem is nobody's going to hear about it. I mean, I was under the impression that at least there'd have to be a trial to where some of these things could come out, and I don't think the mainstream media could just totally ignore it. But at this point, I don't know. Are the mainstream media saying anything about Mayorkas to begin with? Probably not. Yeah, this is going to go to a Senate vote day number one. Nobody's going to hear about any of it. All these things you're talking about, nobody's going to hear it.
What do we do? Nothing? I mean, they're finally doing something.
Well, I mean,
that's what I'm getting at.
Well, we said at the time, Trump's impeachment was a waste of time because we knew it wasn't going. Does anybody care today? Honestly, you say, well, Trump was impeached. Yeah, what? Yeah, so was Bill Clinton was impeached. Does anybody care? So, all right. Mayorkas is impeached. Does anybody care? Nothing is going to change one iota. Mayorkas is still going to be there 2 days after this so-called impeachment trial gets underway, and he will continue to the end of his term. Nothing.
But more evidence of corruption in our government.
Well,
I believe they're going to. Go ahead.
If the media would talk about it, I mean, the media that most people listen to, aside from me and you, conservatives, listeners to the Overnight Drive, we're just a tiny, tiny fraction of America. Most people listen to their CNNs, their MSNBCs. Who's Douglas and who's the minister listening to? That's what most people are getting their news, if they even listen to any news. I'd venture to say 60 to 70% of the American people don't even listen to the news. They don't care. They just want to go to work, do their job, put food on the table, like Pappy said, and live a happy life. They don't even hear the news. They're going to vote on Election Day having heard absolutely nothing about any of this.
But I'm going to support and say, good job, guys. You do what you got to do. That's the only power you got. What I worry about is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Absolutely nothing from her, which out of nowhere, and I sort of wonder if those powerful people back east got a hold of her. But hey, when they do something right, I'm going to support them, send it up there, give it to the Democrats, let them own it, no matter what, and let the Democrats defend it. And hey, CNN has totally destroyed their listenership. They've gone conservative, and hey. If it wasn't for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, there'd be a whole lot of ignorant people. And I know Sundance and the rest of them, Minister, it's driving them nuts. They're trying to destroy the truth. And the truth cannot be destroyed with a lie. So, boom. Can you believe it's Thursday already?
I cannot. And that means we get to look forward to a casual Friday. All right, so give me an example. This is what most people are going to hear from the mainstream media. They're going to hear from Chuck Schumer, right? Homeland Security Secretary becoming the first cabinet member to be impeached by the House in nearly 150 years. Democrats from the president down, clearly unhappy. Chuck Schumer, for example, claimed this was simply an attempt by the House Speaker to appease former President Donald Trump. They're going to let's make it Trump's fault.
This sham impeachment is another embarrassment for House Republicans, says Schumer. The one and only reason for this impeachment is for Speaker Johnson to further appease Donald Trump. Republicans failed to present any evidence of anything resembling an impeachable offense. Now, it seems that if the move by the Republicans were truly an embarrassment, we wouldn't need Chuck to point it out, would we? But I don't think they needed Joe Biden to tell them that history would not look kindly upon them for their work if, in fact, that's what was going on. History will not look kindly at House Republicans for their blatant act of unconstitutional partisanship that has targeted an honorable public servant in order to play petty political games. That was the statement from Biden Tuesday evening. All right. Then he launched into more irrelevant points that a logical person would refer to as red herrings, arguments intended to distract the people from the actual points in question. The actual points in question is exactly what 5-7 is paying attention to, but the rest, most of the people don't. Biden described Mayorkas as a Cuban immigrant who came to the United States with his family as political refugees. Well, that's true. So what? Are we not? Should the House not impeach people who weren't born here? If anything, Biden's statement would seem to reinforce the Republican position that Mayorkas failed to enforce immigration law. It would seem, at least intuitively, that as an immigrant himself, Mayorkas probably harbors a bias, conscious or otherwise, in favor of immigrants that would probably lead him into the lax prosecution of illegals for which the House has impeached him. Biden moved immediately to another meaningless argument that Mayorkas has spent more than 2 decades serving America with integrity in a decorated career in law enforcement and public service. Okay, well, good for you. Even if you grant the truth of that statement without argument, a history of purportedly honorable past service is irrelevant to the question of how much integrity is he bringing to his current job. But never a master of logical debate, Biden doubled down. And I'm using that euphemistically by claiming that his Department of Homeland Security Secretary has upheld the rule of law faithfully and demonstrated a deep commitment to the values that make our nation great. Of course, reasonable people understand terms like faithfully and deep commitment can be defined in different ways. And of course, Biden, Mayorkas, me and you would probably not even be in complete agreement about exactly which are the values that make this nation great. Biden is trying to serve as a character witness in Mayorkas' Senate trial, which I don't think there'll even be one. But any subjective statements of character lose to objective statements of fact every single time. Will we get any facts, though? I would be greatly surprised if they do proceed to ask any questions or bring any witnesses or do anything. Based on the fact that one senator can propose ending it, and you need a simple majority, at least I'm inclined to think they'll do that. Would anybody know otherwise? Real quick, time out here. We'll get back at it in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybell. It's another day. 45 in Fort Wayne, 39 for Sterling Heights. Here we go. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back once again. Says Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. All right. Safe travels there, Phil. Who we got on board there? Is that Vic?
Uncle Buster, can you hear me?
Well, not a lot. Not much better. What's going on? Yes, something's it's almost, maybe did you drop your earpiece or something in the toilet? I just, because it ain't there. I heard him say it's Knuckle Buster, but, well, okay, let me give Eagle one final chime in here. Yes, Eagle, what you got for us?
Okay, yeah, I'm still here before you go off the air. Yeah, y'all wanted to make one quick comment, Steve, about these immigrants. They need to come up with a rule. I know Biden not going to do it, but, these people have been given the opportunity to come to this country, Steve. If these people are convicted of a crime or found to be guilty of a crime, that should be immediate dismissal from this country.
Absolutely.
We can't allow, because there has to be some type of rules that these people have to follow in order for them to maintain to stay in this country. And if you can't go by our rules and laws, and you want to do what you want to do, then when you're apprehended and when you're caught, you deserve to be deported out of the country, because that's what's going to have to happen. Or we're going to have a lot of bad stuff happening in the next couple of months in the U.S. And I believe, like one of your other callers said, Steve, earlier, man, this thing is setting up for chaos. We may not have no election. I believe that, like that guy said, that things might get out of control, which is what they want, and then they might declare martial law, which will mean the elections will be called off. So people need to keep a real close eye on that. And one other thing right quick, Steve, about Nikki Haley. Hopefully Nikki Haley would do the right thing when she loses out in South Carolina, because she's definitely going to lose. They already don't looked at the numbers, and Donald Trump is going to win in a landslide. Hopefully she will realize that her campaign is over and she needs to move on and let Donald Trump have a nomination, because she's not going to win that. So she's wasting her time and everybody else's time. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Appreciate you being a part of the program there. Let me go back. We were talking oil a little bit earlier, and somebody asked the question if we even done anything about replenishing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I know a few weeks ago that I think they had put a couple million barrels, just a drop in the bucket. And Roki, I guess, did a little investigating. First of all, he says, from the Energy Information Administration website, EIA.gov, exports. How much oil are we exporting? U.S. crude oil exports in the first half of 2023 averaged 3.99 million barrels per day. So say 4 million barrels a day, which is a record high for the first half of a year since 2015. The Department of Energy announced a solicitation for up to 3 million barrels of oil for delivery to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in April of 2024. So, of course, if you recall, Biden released 200 million barrels. So 3 million barrels would account to like 1.9% being returned to the SPR. How many years will we ever get that SPR back to where it's supposed to be? It was approaching capacity under Biden, or under Trump rather. He had actually put in the request when oil prices were dirt cheap to fill it to capacity. But the Democrat-controlled Congress at the time refused to allocate the funds so that we could get it back to full capacity. All right. Hello. Good morning. Rick there in Columbus. Gary jumped on board a bit earlier as well. Been chatting a little bit. Madeline had chimed in about defunding the police. She said it was not unintended consequences by defunding the police. It was very much intended. And now they can be replaced with illegals joining the force. That's been another hot button issue. I don't know if it's statewide or certain communities in California where they're talking about actually allowing people illegally in the country to join law enforcement communities. What the hell? So you're going to take a lawbreaker and put them in a position where they're swearing to uphold the law? Hello? What's wrong with that picture? Who comes up with these ideas? All right, down the home stretch here, real quick, I did see, I know we've had a lot of talk about the illegal immigrants in this country. Tommy Tuberville, the senator from Alabama, slamming President Biden for prioritizing those individuals illegally crossing into the country over U.S. military veterans providing health care services to illegals. The Republican senator argued the Biden administration has created longer wait times for our veterans to receive medical care by using Department of Veterans Affairs facilities to provide care for illegal immigrants. Tuberville highlighted the No VA Resources for Illegal Aliens Act, which he recently introduced with Representative Mike Bost of Illinois. Legislation that would prevent the federal government from using VA facilities or medical providers to treat illegal immigrants. And who would even think in this country we would have to introduce a piece of legislation like that? Whoever came up with the idea of supporting illegals over those who have already served and put their life on the line for this country? We'll close it out there on a Thursday. Come back tonight. Hey, Casual Friday. Hope you'll join us right here.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I